at some videos and to see which projects you can have. How many of you managed to check out the videos? One, two, three, four, five. Yeah, quite a number of you managed. What was really interesting about the videos? Which one was interesting? Yes.
What was interesting to me was how people come up with ideas and invent outcomes. The things end up becoming too big. And I saw even some of them actually having the prizes of selling their projects and something like that.
Yeah.
And the one that excited me also was the ice cream candy.
So you saw that it was not just only them trying to get funds, but also trying to bring to just support, right?
Yes.
Also mentorship, right?
Yes.
So, and that is what I wanted to get. There is no small idea. There is no small idea. As long as you know how to package it well, you will sell it eventually. And you realize that there are a number of different inventions that are being talked about, right? From physical ones to computerized ones, they are very different. So from there, you can even get an idea out of it, implement it on one side because the patents normally cover a certain region. So if they have a patent maybe for the American market, Australian market, you can have a patent here. So you don't necessarily copy paste what they are saying or what they are doing, but you just take what they are doing and then you do an example of it. You don't do the exact replica. So if you do the exact replica, you'll be sued, and that's what patents normally are for. Thank you, madam, for joining us. Thank you. Yes. So another person, what did you learn about the videos? So yes.
Learn how to use advertising, how the people come to the projects, how they reach out, how they get the money, how they just keep going. We just about videos and we just
Yeah. Yeah, they really ask you tough questions, right? They ask you how much have you sold in the last, how much have you made in the last 2 years, right? What was your returns? Yes. How was your filing of taxes? What measures have you put in place? Do you have certificates? Do you have, yeah, they ask a lot of questions. Those are the same questions when you approach someone to be an investor in your own company, they will ask you those. So if you keep on watching them, keep on getting how the entrepreneurial side is working, then it is easy for you to approach someone because you'll be having a background, right? Yes, that's great. So I also asked you to come up with an idea because today we want to bring an idea partially to life. I asked you to come up with an idea. Which idea did you come up with? From all the things we talked about, I asked you to try finding an idea that resonates well with you. Which one did you come up with? Because we want to bring one, two, three ideas to life. Which one did you come up with? Yes.
you know, you think of something
Sorry,
outside.
sorry. When you're telling us the idea, kindly come.
Yeah, so that you see.
Yes, yes. You're not telling me, you're telling us. Yes. Kindly.
Okay, good morning, Master.
Good morning.
So there's this one idea which I was thinking about. You know, this kind of ideas you think of them according to your location or where you are coming from or based. I know we can think of so many, but there's one particular one I was thinking about. In my area, we have the bikes, the riders, and you know every time you have to call somebody, is maybe you have got one rider who you trust and is away, and maybe it's raining and he can't come from where he is to where you are, or you have to stand at the road parks for a very long time waiting for the bikes. So I was thinking, okay, I can come up with an idea of an application that once you have the application, all you need is to maybe to send a message that rider and having some maybe 5 riders in place, allowed to give. I will be the one. I will be the one that we have a customer. Okay, the way we do in Bolt in the bolt system. Yeah, when we want the Uber. So what if I can come up with that application? You just have to send a message or send a text message, rider, and then I'll ask your location and I'll give you the full details of the rider who is coming right away to pick you up. Instead of standing at the roadside for a very long time or calling your trustee, and and where I'm coming from right now, we have so many hotels, big hotels, which they need a rider whom they can trust. And once I send the full story of this rider, so and so, phone number, ID, and maybe the number plate of the bike to maybe WhatsApp or the same app, and then it boosts also your confidence. That the ones that maybe if something happens, maybe in case of an accident, and I have to make sure that these riders, maybe 3 or 4, they are well packaged. That maybe in terms of helmet, they have all the gears. Yes, I was thinking about that.
Thank you. From what you see, if you are an investor, what can you ask? If you are an investor, you have a question?
Yeah,
Yes.
the idea is good. The idea is good, but my question is, about the riders of Kisumu here, specifically, the ones who don't relate well with anyone. Yeah, they love us being when they are working by themselves. And secondly, most of them believe in putting all their money in their pocket. And I know for you to come to the app, they will have to wait to the app. How are you going to convince them to enter into the app?
I also thought about that, and one thing that boosted me was that you told us yesterday that you only had the idea, and then you looked for the people who had the same motive, who are thinking on the same direction. So that's why I don't want to bring everybody involved, every rider involved.
Yeah.
As long as I have maybe 2 or 3 with very good bikes, yeah, and very old and all the gears. And now what I will do, I'll charge extra higher a little bit, because maybe if somewhere that I have to charge you 50, that you used to go with 50 mobile charge 100. Why? Because this person will not be freelancing. They're just somewhere, just receiving the message. You have got a customer at this place. Run very fast and pick them up. And this is so. I also thought about that.
Yes.
Yes, good morning.
Morning.
Yeah, I love the idea, and I'm just trying to build on it, because I have the same challenge, especially where I come from. Sometimes you're in a hurry, say your motorbike haiko, watu wamepeleka watoto shule, But I'm just imagining that is the same way Uber started, and whatever the boats, they had they had the same challenges, the same like the ones Carlos is talking about. But at the end of the day, the few that embrace, not everybody's on board.
Yes.
Not everybody's on Uber, you see. So there are those that will be willing. I'm sure there are those ones in the industry, the same motorbike industry, that are not comfortable working like everybody. And there are these few that will want to be in that category. So I think for me, it's a good idea, and build it up. Build it up.
And actually, not all border people, as we take them, are not that educated and civilized. There are those ones that are educated. We have graduates who are doing border, whom if you sit down with them, I believe they will take your idea, and some of them will even give you more ideas on what to do. There are people there at the border who are very much educated. We have border guys who are very smart. They carry you and you feel you've been carried with a very professional person. So it has to be a very positive thing.
I have another question before you finish. When it comes to our border guys, you know how they like breaking the rules, the road rules. And yeah, which most of the time gets them on the wrong side of the law. So when it comes to that, most of them will be affiliated with your app now. Will you be responsible for those accidents they usually cause on the road? Or they will have to carry that cross by themselves?
So before we go to this now act like a judge. So if we go to present to somebody like this, how are you planning to track them down? Because maybe you have a customer. How are you planning to track them down?
Another question there. Yes.
Mine is not really a question, but I'm trying to imagine if he really wants to get into that idea, there's due diligence that he will do. Because even for drivers, when you want to get drivers for anything or anything, what you do the due diligence first.
Yeah.
So you are engaging people that have driving license, have the competence, they have some track record. So by the time you're engaging them, these are things that the customer is satisfied that you have vetted them. Yeah, so the issue of these small issues will not arise.
Thank you, madam. And now on the issue of tracking, I talked of something that once you send me a message that you need a rider, right? Immediately I send you the details of the rider who is around, the name, the full name, the phone number, ID number, and maybe the number plate. That's enough. If something happens, you have all the details.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Yeah, I was having some idea. If you can come up with a system which you can engage tracker to all those markets that you are running. So you can know each and every location. Yes. So definitely.
That's a good idea.
That's nice. So he's come up with a project which is quite resonating with what he has experienced and what is around. And you can, that is called an MVP mindset, minimal viable product. So you build your product in the simplest form. You start with the minimum number of guys. And we'll talk about it later for an MVP. So thank you. Another person? As long as you have the idea, just raise up the hand. Even if today you postpone and do the ideas, it will still be because that's what you want. You want you to come up with the idea. Is another person who has an idea that they thought of?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you so much. I have one idea, but this one I think is about waste management. Mine I was thinking about collecting of metals, meaning for scraps, come up with an because nowadays you understand e-metals pollute the environment. So I come up and realize that if I come and I get an app or they come with a software, let me say an app, make sure that I make it easy way. If someone want to, I will need to connect this method codes. Someone could enter into my app and make sure hiyo nini inapatikana kwangu. Details zinapeana na kila kitu na place yenye niko. So the young people ambao wana collect hizi materials wanaweza ingia kwa app, they download the app and then wanaenda hadi kwa. So they contact me kama nikwenda kuchukua na wanaenda place. So because here we learn about waste management, because we realize some of the waste management, like M-Tracker nowadays, are not currently on. What about living in metal scrap? Because it's most of the time it's got our home. Single.
So the metal ones, our young ones are seeing them as the ready-made money. Immediately ameona kachuma hapa, then kuna mtu akuchukua pale. Do you think it will be really possible for them to go into app and then maybe look for you? And now, in our most of the guys who are connecting this, nowadays they just walk on doorstep. Yes. So how are you planning to go about that?
I think
You can take the next and then
Yeah. I think for me, the market is too big. Let us not, make it very small. When I know the market is too big, the moment you start your own business idea, you'll have those people that will come. There are these ones that don't go to that extent of making the little things. Like for me, I'm seated and I'm thinking I have quite a lot of metal in my house. So I had somebody like Eric with the idea. Honestly, I would go for it because I will not entertain these young people coming to my home and getting the scrape, which is insecure. So there are these people that maybe are like me. They might be few, but so long as the comfort and the convenience is there.
yeah, metal can also be a broken down vehicle. That's also metal. Yes. So if it's going the professional way, then it can become even a road track. So you can go get the vehicle, take it to there. Yeah.
and then actually what you need to understand is yesterday I think our teacher told us that we have the that part. Mine is to connect. If I have the app now, I'll share like a phone like connect to the part. So mine ikitoka huku inaenda. Yes.
For a while.
For a while.
For a
Yes,
while.
for a while.
Before you
When they
stabilize.
started, yeah.
Just because it is about.
Yeah.
We have another who has interesting up. Yes. Just share your idea. We want to work on those ideas. So we have Boda collection.
So, morning. For me, but my I was working on it about projects. I said ChatGPT for an IT app solution. So if you have any problem on IT, so I just post all the IT problem, how to install this software, how to build this app, how to change this hardware parts. So all the procedures things as I've done on ChatGPT. Ask any question, it will display the solutions and also the videos. That's my project.
Any question to him about concern?
These ideas or projects, we have them. Okay, and in return, we sell to make something in return. So I don't know this kind of your project. How are you getting something in return?
So,
Yeah, they-
so each and every solution I will charge. Maybe a 5 maybe how can I install a green? Immediately you tap it, you have to pay it. The message will pop up on your phone. Pay it fast and before you read it,
But I have one question. The problem of seeing payments on a screen for me, anytime I see pay, it's down at January. I wish that issue of payment would be hidden somewhere, the way other apps are hidden, so that we go to you, I don't know how you get the money, it's automatic.
just
But the moment I see pay for me personally, sit and then it's our chair.
maybe if it is hidden, you just find a message pop up in your phone, you have just pay something. I think that one may work. Just to pay it automatically and direct.
Yes.
Like what he was saying, buying maybe a subscription from Safaricom, so that when someone does that, it's immediately.
It is automatically.
Have you ever tried sending an SMS to, let's say, to inquire WhatsApp, or there's something going on, and send an SMS? Then you're told you must have 11 shillings in your account.
You have insufficient funds.
Exactly. So that's
Yeah. Especially for like if you are looking for information from the bank. Yeah. When you want to get information from your account, that's you want to you have insufficient funds, you don't have enough airtime. Yeah. So that's even when a certain minimum amount.
So have you noted those ones down? You will go one of it, right? You just started. Just started.
Morning. Uh, Actually, facilitators gave us a referral yesterday so that we can go and look for.
You just started.
Yesterday we were given.
We wake up with you.
Yesterday, yesterday we were given some assignment. We were told to go and find out about Shark Tank. And as I was doing my visitation there, I happened to see a story of young boy who decided to be making peanut butter and packaging and selling to these people who do their fitness, like the fit people, those people who go to the gym, the old people, mostly they prefer those nuts so that can help them building their bone formation in their body. It also boosts their immunity. So for them to reach at a point of their success, they had to do some few things so that they can progress well in their business. So mostly I noticed they totally depended on advertisement. They really invested on advertisement. So the common people or the people around them were able to be aware of what they are selling, what kind of offers they are offering. So within a period of a year, these people had overwhelming demand. They had overwhelming demand. This brought in the partnership of sponsors. They got so many sponsors who were able to uplift them until they were able to build a big brand. So I personally come from a peri-urban area. A peri-urban area is a mixture of rural area and an developing urban area. So most people in my area, they do, once they, mostly people do, they get, they do orders for what they need. So mostly what I can do, because I've seen it's an issue in my area, I can go and network with some individuals who have their businesses in town. So when they have their businesses in town, I can network with people in my area so that any delivery that they need or any, so I wanted to do it on parcels. Nowadays people send parcels and receive parcels. That's what I wanted to dwell on so much. So I can build a system where I'm able to connect two individuals. Let's say I introduce a hotline number or a phone number that I use. So people can contact me in case they want to send parcels to other people, and in case they want me to pick their parcels physically for them, then I bring to them. So I think that one, it's, as it goes, I can do my rating, so I see how I charge both sides. then I think that will be a monetary value as our teacher explained to us yesterday. So I think from with that I can benefit.
Okay.
So I can do the parcel delivery.
So is it a supply management system?
Yeah, it's a supply management system.
Do you have any concerns, questions, queries? Yes.
I don't know, it's like I'm the one who has, I'll backlash to everybody.
Yes.
Yeah, because I also come from a rural area, and when he mentioned the issue of parcels, I just want to give a story so that it drills down to us to know exactly why the gap is big. I come from a village, and one time we had an issue. There's this woman in the village that ye kazi yake ni kuchukua mabarua in the village, then she takes them to Nairobi, to the husbands of these women in the village. So then again, the other side, na unajua mnampatia fare. Everybody gives 200, 200, 200, 200, 200, anapeleka Nairobi. So akifika Nairobi pia atapeana hizo mabarua, and then when she comes again, the same story. Now where the rubber meets the road now. When one time she came back with a letter, iko na pesa ndani, yeah, and then she took to a woman who was not able to read. So this letter, wakati alipelekea huyu mama, the lady told her, I cannot read the letter. I don't know how to read. Kindly read for me. So when this lady mwenye ameleta barua was reading the letter, she read the opposite. That your husband is not happy about you. Your husband says akikuja hapa apate kama umeenda. You get it? Now the issue of the pesa hasemi. So this lady got very annoyed and decided to leave. Remember, the threat is there in the letter. So the lady left, and the money was pocketed by the person that came with the information. So when the husband came, akakuta bibi hayuko. You get it? The lady had left. Kumbe now there was this wrong translation of the letter. So I'm trying to look at your idea, and I'm imagining in a rural setup, yeah, instead of people going to Easy Coach because it is even unreachable, yeah, it is not everywhere. Easy Coach is only in certain modern places. So if the idea can be built up, then you just start with a small circle that you have. It will bring a lot of convenience, because look at the inconvenience this other home had. Back a family can break up because of, just a letter coming, and somebody doesn't know how to read, and somebody you are relying on somebody that is also taking advantage, isn't it? So if you build up on it, for me it can really work, because naona hata hapo kwetu ndio Easy Coach Kisumu, mtu akukule pesa, maybe you don't have transport to go and get your parcel, you don't even know about it. So people are still that local. You might not know because you are in an urban setup, but in the villages they still a very big problem of parcels. Yeah.
So I think also what you can know that is since you're creating a supply system, so what you can do is create a prototype of that application. After doing so, I've really stressed on you having SMSs, because yes, rural areas nowadays people have smartphones, but majority still have the analog phones. So if you can have a barcode, let's say *77#, and then it lists all the things you're offering. Let's say if it is sending maize, sending the parcels, or just any other thing that you're offering. So when you do that, you will receive an inquiry. So let's say number one, then they will write what they have. After writing, they go to the next step. So when it is time now to complete the message, to send the message to you, they will be required to have some cents in their account, okay, for them to send it. So after they've sent it, then when you come to collect it, you will charge the transportation fee. The cents are for sending the message, and also you coming to pick their product to send it somewhere. That's also another form of income. So you have two front So I'm still insisting, work with those who have coins. They have the most amount of money. Yes. Okay. Yes, and that's a very good idea because you find out that yes, the bus stations are quite far, or they are not. They work with time. So if you come late, then you won't be able to sell your product. So for your case, work with a controlled environment because if someone from Seme, if someone from down there, Hero, that is now in Kisumu side, if someone from Maseno, they are all requiring the services. How are you going to go about getting the parcels down? So if you work with a controlled environment, let's say just here in Kisumu, within Kisumu, Kisumu is quite reachable, even town and maybe a little bit outskirts after that or Mogoleo, right? So if you work with that area, then it will be much easier for you because we are doing something that doesn't really bite your pocket so much because you're starting. I don't expect you to have millions to do that. Okay? So we are having project ideas that number one thing can grow. You can grow that project to become a large scale, right? For example, his idea for the border borders can grow to be a competitor of Bolt. Yes, your idea can grow to be a competitor of maybe Jumia, because Jumia also do deliveries of parcels and you get them through the application. But your angle will be convenience, right? How convenient or how easy am I going to be able to navigate your interface? Am I able to reach you? Because Jumia, all those applications, even Bolt, you must have that, right? You must download their app. There is no barcode for you to do star something something hash. No. So if you create that conveniency and you create an environment that's quite easy for them to reach you, yeah, then you're in business. Yeah. Yes. And then you must also note the cash flow in your own project. How is the cash going to flow? How is money going to come to your business? How is it going to live? If it is about expenditures, what is your biggest expense? Okay. Yes. One more idea before we can proceed. One more idea. Yes. Okay. Yes. My idea like this. Just say it. There's no small ideas, there's no big idea. Idea is an idea. Yes. Okay. You can.
Good morning. My idea is that when I was just thinking of it, I want to make a game, for example, but now to advertise it. For example, you see Boomplay when you want to download a game or a song, sorry, there are advertisement. For example, a game like Candy Crush, they normally advertise it there before you download the game. So what if I have the idea, yes, but how it can reach many people? For example, I advertise it when like someone is downloading a game, a song on Boomplay, it comes there. Or there are other phones, like for example, an app is normally there, like AHA games. They're normally there. The moment you tap, you're being notified the game is there. You can just play it. And also, children tablets. There are small tablets for babies when they reach normally 500. So what if you put your app there? The moment that person buys the tablet, the app is there, the game is there already. So when the child plays the game on the tablet, you're being paid. That's my idea.
And what is your main angle for your project?
So
If I ask you to tell me about that product in less than 10 words, what can you say about that product?
okay, I was just thinking of it. I've not gone to that extent of like putting it on paper and making some
Let me ask, who has understood what she has said? Yes.
I've not understood, but what I'm getting from her,
Yes.
she wants to venture in children's issues. So maybe now she can just now start narrowing down to one thing that you are looking for. If it is games, maybe a particular game. If it is, but the whole issue about her, I know she's interested in developing something for children.
So you are interested in game development and also how to advertise it. So she has two situations. She has game development and advertising. So she's doing about home play when she was downloading music. She was seeing advertisements of Candy Crush, something advertisements. So I think you're wondering how can you advertise it, right? Yes. And then what are you going to do, right? Your product into the game that helps children in terms of maybe mental fitness, in terms of math, right? And so you have an idea of game development, and also you are thinking about how can you reach the consumer, right? So you are thinking about what are some of the ways you can advertise your products also. Yes, so who has question to her? She's dealing with game development to young kids, and she also wants to advertise. Who has the question? Yes.
Yeah, I think first, if you can go for arts, I think creating arts is a bit easier before you invent on games or animations. First, get on arts because creating arts is about I think like 30 seconds video. You can just display on YouTube or on a Facebook. It depends where you place it. Yeah.
Can you advertise something that is not there?
No, no, but you have to create it first.
Yes, can't. You can't advertise someone else's product as yours. Yes. Yeah, but it's saying that you want to create it faster. Any other questions you can ask as an investor or as a person willing to listen to her idea? Which is the question you can ask?
I have a question.
Yes.
When she's talking about kids and developing a game, I think she has to narrow it down. Not a question actually, it's a comment. You have to narrow it down. What age group are you looking at? Because there are games that you cannot give a 13-year-old child to play, and it's the same game you cannot give a 2-year-old child to play. Yeah.
Okay, so you need to narrow down about your market. And just let me ask you, during the COVID period, have you ever heard of the word Cocomelon somewhere? Cocomelon. It's a YouTube channel, right? Okay. What do they normally do there? They just sing and sing and sing and maybe dance a little bit, right?
Yeah.
Do you know Cocomelon was the #1 highest paying YouTube channel? Just for kids. Anytime a parent had visitors and the children were throwing tantrums everywhere, Cocomelon. Cocomelon. Even it reached a point I also went to see Cocomelon because I'm interacting with young kids. So I have to know them. I have to know what they're seeing. I have to understand my students first. I went there. Cocomelon has videos of not more than 5 minutes. And the views there are 200 million, 300 million views. And you're wondering, who sees these videos? Kids. How many kids? 300 million kids in a week. So imagine having a game that they can play. If Cocomelon was able to have that much fan base, how about the game? Right? So your game might be having levels, like they're having categories. Beginner, intermediate, expert. Then the beginner side has age 6 to 11. The intermediate has 11 to 13. Experts have 14 to 18. Right? Kids, let's say madam you have children, right? If a child comes and tells you, Mom, I want to participate in skating, you yourself don't know how to skate, right? But he or she will keep on pushing you. I want to do skating. And then you say, how much is skating? 2,000. Okay, let me go pay. Another one comes, I want to do music, right? Let me ask you, was the instructor the one coming to pitch to you. He did that through the kids. At the moment a child wants something, they be sure they will get it, right? So if you can get, if your market can be kids and they love your product so much, then I think you will be business. Only if you have something relevant to them. Cocomelon had songs, had very funny cartoons, right? Moving left and right. And they really enjoyed that. They were making their own money. Right? So that's a very good idea. Only that you need to decide now which games are you having, which videos are you having. Right? That's why it's a good thing you even thought about advertising. How are you going to advertise to them? Right? Yeah, so that's good. These are the projects we're going to do. Okay. Just going to do a build up. Each and every project we talked about. Yes.
Good morning, investors. So there is this idea. Actually, I picked it from yesterday's class, and when I was trying to brainstorm alone, I was coming up with some challenges. So maybe I want investors to help me brainstorm on it. There was this idea of coming up with a system where maybe at the village, at the rural setups, we have these schools whom you find where you find that students or pupils are being sent to board or to buy books. So you find that if you can come up with a system where books can be uploaded, underlying materials, tutorials, and everything. Now the problem was this, Mwalim and investors. Suppose I uploaded a book in that my system, and for example here these are the students, then one student downloads a book. What do you think? Don't you see that that will mark the end of my business? Because this business, one student will have the capacity of sharing this book to the rest of the students. So I wanted you investors to help me in brainstorming this, that what can be done. The book is uploaded in the system in PDF, for example. Then one student downloads a book, and he or she is having the capacity to share to the rest. So please, can you, just while standing here?
I have an idea
Yes.
on that. Have you seen how people download YouTube videos? You download it, but it remains in the app. You can't share it with somebody else. I think that's the best way. Just download it, but it remains in the app. So you cannot share it to somebody else. The other person also has to go and download it, and it will also remain in the app. That's much safer.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, you know, when we are starting ideas and businesses, the fears, we don't need to think about the fears. Just start the business. As you move with the business, now those challenges, you will see them as they come and handle them as they come. But you see, before you start, you don't need to think about your fears first. Start the business, the fears will come later.
They come with themselves.
Yeah.
But some fears will come.
No. Just like you want to start a shop, eh?
Yes.
And you keep saying, sasa huyu jirani yangu anauza pia maziwa, hautaanza shop. Why anza shop?
Yeah.
The interested people will come to the shop. The interested people will download the books. Don't worry about one student that will download for the whole class. Even for the games, people are the same. See, sometimes you download games and you bring all the children in the house and they watch. So,
And the reality is, there is no business that you will ever do that will never have challenges.
exactly.
Every business will have a challenge. No matter how prepared you are for the challenges,
Yes.
that challenge will come. Even if you say now you want to find out how you will reduce that one, you will conquer that one. Another one will be there, a bigger one than even this one. There are some challenges you realize in the work of the business as you go, but the reality is you cross the bridge when you get there.
Yeah.
And then maybe let me add something. There is what Walimu said yesterday. There is what we call consistency. You know, I'm trying to imagine we have Naivas, we have Carrefour, we have I don't know what Big Mat, and they selling the same goods. But why? What makes them do the businesses every day? You can imagine sometimes you go to Naivas and there are so many offers. How do you think what Quickmart feels when Naivas has put a lot of offers on the same items? But imagine you have loyal customers to Quickmart. They'll still go and they'll not mind the offers at Naivas or at whatever place. So what I know in business, you just develop your own people depending on how branded you are.
So I think that was the main concern, but it is true that in business you must be ready for any risk. But now, before I sit down, I just wanted to say this also, Malin, that I come out of class yesterday with that idea, and then it sticked my mind. Then today again, I've had other ideas from other investors. But I want to tell you this. You know, even just check the machine in front of you. Tunaambiwa in the history that at one point when machines were being invented, just a few were in the invention. But then later on, when success was there, many people were now coming from all over in all corners of the world. That means today, there is an idea somebody has mentioned somewhere. So take care. You might get that the idea it came with, I can put aside, then use your idea. So that's one thing I must tell you. That because Mwalimu, you know, I'm getting some ideas now which are better than mine. So I must tell you that, like someone mentioned something, you need to take care.
What consoles me, the market is too big. Yes. The market is too big.
This one of books.
Too risky.
I think that is the main reason that we are here. Find someone who has an idea that you can see something.
You can come, go it.
Unless they have a patent on it, it is free to take. Okay? So for your business, the moment you have envisioned it, the moment you have your structures somehow in place, you need to register it. So when you register it, and one thing you have the name, you have the brand name, so someone else cannot take it. And you normally see there is one brand that sells a product, and then there's another company that sells the same product. Then they try branding it the same as the original one, but you just know this one is a fake one, this one is the original. Okay? So when you brand yours early enough, you decide that this is what I want to do, this is what I want to take, then you will be the first one in the market. Right? Yes. That's good. So, yes.
I had something.
Yeah, please.
Okay, to the investors, once again, good morning. I think by right now I've made my project as lively as possible now. It's more live than it was some seconds ago. So I was ruling out the system, the app system. Now that some of us may need a ride and doesn't have a smartphone, he can't access the app, such kind of thing. So you just talked about code.
Yeah.
Like I was thinking like if I have a code like *777#, yes, then when you dial *777#, it takes you to that page and it's written welcome to the rider world. So when you are option number 1, okay, Apple Juni, welcome to the rider world. Then the next thing you are being asked is this one. The next thing you are being asked is, are you alone or are you two people? Maybe you are two, and maybe there are situations where you are just alone, and maybe you are with your spouse or you are two people. If you are alone, you press I'm alone, and when you are alone, it takes you to the next step of charges now. The locations, Obambo, with the price, right? Kisian, I want to go to town at 500 shillings. You want to ride from maybe my place to Sumu town at 500. I want to go to town. I press number 7, which is the town. and then takes me direct to the charges. Then charges are now paying with M-Pesa because this is not a yet. Takes you direct and to M-Pesa. And M-Pesa, I've got till there. You pay by the till. So once you pay by the till, I receive the SMS from Madam Pamela has paid for 500 shillings. You know, the till will not list the location. Now the question was this one. How will I know that, okay, maybe from the payment I can know that this one is, but some payments are the same. Maybe from Obambo is 100 again, from Holo, Nimeka 100. So the question was, how will I know that the payment you've made is for this particular location? And after you've made the payment, you, the client, this is the kind of information you are going to receive in your phone. The name of the rider, for example, the name, right name, Jacob Omondi Owino, ID number, the phone number, and the bike number. So you, after payment, for example, to when we were subscribing for maybe bundles, you see the information about that. Thank you for subscribing for maybe 1 GB. So this is what you are receiving, you as the client in return. So on my side, I've received the alert on the till by SMS that so and so had paid maybe 200 or 300. Now the question is, how will I know? Or am I going to call the client to ask, where do you want to go? That's not the question.
Yes, let's start with him.
Yes, so the moment you have the bike number, so you have already installed a tracker on all the bike you want to go. So you can locate the locations. So once you have the bike number, you can locate all the locations.
No.
Install the tracker on all bikes.
The question is, I want to know where the client is going. You have just received an SMS that Jason has paid 500 shillings, and maybe I've got 3 destinations of 500 shillings. Maybe also somewhere, maybe Maseno is also 500. Coming to town is also 500. So I will know that the particular 500 is for town and you're not going to Maseno.
I can help you on that. What you can do, before somebody makes the payment, you can add an option, choose location, where to. Then you will enter the where to. Then maybe you are operating in a particular region, isn't it? You add the name there. The person will choose option 1, Kondele, option 2, somewhere like that. So if it's going to Kondele and it's from town, you will choose location. From town to Kondele.
So, Mr. Calvins, that is well taken care of. Me, what I'm asking on my end, wewe umefinya option 3, which is Ojola, right? Now Ojola I've listed is 200 shillings and you've paid, right? On my side, mimi nimepata tu SMS kwa till kwamba Jason has paid 200 shillings, but I don't know where you are going. That's the question.
Yes.
If I'm getting you right, if you have those options, Ojola, Kondele, town, see the moment somebody press on Ojola, you automatically get the message.
Yeah, you need to have a.
Also, there's a way you can talk.
Come back. That's why it's being pressed. Yes. Okay. If you press Ojola, Ojola comes. Yes.
You tell you anaenda Ojola. So when it makes the payment, utajua ni Ojola gani.
So as you can see, they have made it more lively as this was some minutes ago. Yes.
Word on that. Yes. I think a person who requests for your service, you just need to take care of him. So sometimes the best option is just to call and clarify.
If you're not sure.
You just have to sacrifice.
And I think also to add on it, what you written like it's Ojola, Kisian, like that.
Yes.
It should be from Obambo to Ojola. As to, from to. So that even you are able to know the person who's coming from here to there. It's 100. But if you say Ojola, anybody would leave from Kisian to Ojola and it's supposed to be 300. And once they have just left Ojola, you know it's 100. Kumbe ni Kisian na naelekea Ojola. So it has to be from to. Yes.
Okay, that well taken care of. Any other thing? Any other concern or question? Something to add on that?
And like Ubers, I always see on their app, like the destination, you can also map how your clients are moving. You can track them down using the system. There's no need to confirm with them. I just check on the system, the map, Google Maps. How do I know? Can also track them.
If it was actually from Ojola to Kisia.
Yeah, you can also track
Yes.
them down.
Because the same
Using
rider,
the system.
they might go beyond Ojola to
Yes.
Kisia, and then the rest of the amount they are paid in their pocket, and you only receive 100.
But also on that, you might find another client.
Okay. And maybe the yes.
But let me ask something. When you are mapping out, are these motorbikes yours or they are theirs?
The motorbikes are theirs. So that's eventually what I was coming to, because also we talked about how are you going to get your earnings through this. So the plan was to, once I have these 3 or 4 or 5 riders, we are going to agree that if I give you the client, I take 30, you take 70%. So if you're going to Bambo and it's 100, you just know that 30 is mine. So you just how many I'll be noting somewhere that so and so has traveled from morning, he went this one, he made this one, he made this one, he made this one. And at the end of the day, you just know by yourself that I've made such kind of amount. Yes.
Okay, let me ask you a question. You just said the motorbikes are for personal individuals. That means it's not flexible because you can't depend on one person at a time for a long period of time. There are some days you need to be missing. There are some days you will be working. So how will you deal with that challenge?
That's why I don't want to engage one, and I can't also engage everyone, but I'll need quite a number. Yes. And I also talked about the prices. As you can see, for example, let me give an example of maybe airport, maybe from Obambo to airport. When I note here that is 400, right, from Obambo to maybe airport is 400. You can see the price is a little bit higher, right? Yeah, the price is a little bit higher because it's a personal thing. There are these kind of riders that anakubeba hapa, anafika pale, you're just with him or her kwa bike, uko tu na yeye, si ndio? Anafika pale anaona mtu mwingine alafu na asimama na kwambia songa huyu akaa hapo nyuma. So that means vile tu we ordered the Bungoma lines. You have your seat. Once the seat the seats are full, hakuna mtu wa kuingia. Yes, no, hakuna. So you have that comfort. And we have he's giving you the gears. If you don't have the jacket, he has the jacket here and there and even the helmet. So such kind of services that's why the prices are a little bit higher.
Yes, Peter. I was thinking, okay, you said that the motorbikes not belongs to you.
Yes.
They belongs to maybe the Bravodas. So in my case, most of the Bravoda riders nowadays, maybe they get their motorbikes through loans. Maybe they're doing it for someone, So I was thinking, in that business, you have maybe an option. Let's say you have 3 or maybe 4 Bravodas that registered in that's your business, right? Maybe 3 of them, they are on a mission. You send them to their clients. They haven't returned yet. Then you only have 1 left. Remember there were 4, for example. We had 1 left. Huyu mwenye alibaki maybe akachukuliwa jana, hakulipa ikachukuliwa, ama maybe mwenye pikipiki amechukua pikipiki yake and he never informed you. Then there's this land that he or she trusts you, but najua nikitafuta kwa hii app ya Kita definitely nitapata ride. So what if ulibaki na yeye pikipiki jana na yuko na information, so when you call him maybe anakuambia sina bike size. So do you have an option of maybe getting someone else to offer the service?
Okay, when it's come to that, I would really wish to engage the bike owners, not the ones who have maybe the bike loans. I know it's really pressure, and you can rely on somebody, and maybe as you can say, the bike imechukuliwa. And one thing you are not asking me that pesa inaingia kwa tili yangu, na huyu mtu atataji fuel kukimbia na hii pikipiki, si ndio? Mbona mniulizi pesa anatoa wapi ya wewe umemtuma tuende uchukue client peleka pale. Yes, okay, this is what I'm planning, that immediately amemaliza na client ya kwanza,
pesa yake inaingia instantly. Ametoka Obambo amekuja town, it's 400 shillings, right? And it's 70-30. Hiyo 300 yake immediately once the deal is done, pesa yake ndio hiyo, so he can sort himself with the issue of fuels and so that, yeah, because I cannot be the one providing the fuel, no.
So,
But I actually also, maybe just an idea, you would pick this motorbike guys, but this could be people who have just maybe the ones you've chosen and they have decided to work with you in the app.
Yes.
But there is this scenario that they're also free to do their own job. Because if you have, like, let's say for studio, they can't just go and stay in a place that they're waiting for you to give them job in the app. Is that right? This is somebody that, in fact, when in the app, before you have to inquire who among them is free to do this job. And they have also their own stations at their stations.
Yes.
Which means at the stations, they're also working. They're not just standing to wait for you.
Exactly.
So it will be also advantageous to them because saa zingine amekaa kwa stage the whole, like mtu ameenda 3-4 times na kuna ile kupanga line. So it means akiwa hapa hata kama hiyo line imepangwa, wewe you can still give them a job despite them being kwa hiyo queue ya kungoja their time too. So it will be advantageous to them. For me, I believe you even get more because imagine maybe wamekaa hapo the whole day.
Yes.
Wamekaa from morning because I believe motorbike guys wanakuanga na peak time morning from around 6 kupeleka watoto and even kuka jioni. So hapa katikati most of them utakuta wamekaa tu kwa base. Na kuna mtu anataka motorbike somewhere mwenye hawezi ifikia. Na pia hiyo kutembea pia naona ni kazi ngumu even in the homes. So it will be advantageous to them.
You know why we are coming with this kind of solution is that you need the bike and the rider don't know that you need the bike. You can walk from maybe 30 minutes bila hata kupitana na bike yoyote. And you find them somewhere after kupata bike, you go find them somewhere just resting. They don't know you need the bike, but you need the bike, but they don't know you need the bike. And they also don't know where you are.
Yes. I was just thinking also, if it has to operate exactly the way the Uber operates, I think there is a way they get signals. Because the moment you want services that when they kwa Uber, whoever is around you anapata. So si lazima kwa specific mtu fulani. Wherever place you are atapata message. When yako karibu ana respond. You get it? When ameenda bani huko ata respond na wale wako. So it depends.
But you know, madam, it's kind of difference because you know, Uber asipopata client, Uber doesn't pick just from beside the roads, right? Yeye anaweza enda tu pale amesimama waiting for the signals. But mtu wa pikipiki ana client na amepita huyu akienda anaenda pale Kachoka hata mwacha ataenda naye. Yes, so it's also more advantageous to them.
Yeah, exactly.
You can freelance at the same time.
Yes. Yeah.
I think what madam is trying to say is kuna wenye wewe mwenyewe unaweza supervise. Okay, ameenda Obambo, si ndio? Alafu kuna mtu hapo anataka na yako hapo within, si ndio? You can supervise wangalia nani alikuwa within Obambo. Achukue hiyo ride nyingine tena. Yeah. So yeye ana move nayo kama kuna mtu hapo Obambo.
Let us hear what you have to say and then
Also have another inquiry. Almost the way you just explained it, you are transitioning to a digital platform. So how do you guarantee safety of your riders? Because nowadays you hear taxi drivers are prone to attacks. How will you go about that?
Okay.
You can't know anybody who goes personally. So how can you go about that?
Miss, the facilitator talked about something yesterday when madam raised the issue of fear of his ladies. When some of the class now wants the ladies and not the madam herself, right? And there's something he talked about that the contract thing. You see, regardless of the number these riders are, hata kani mmoja ama wawili, I have to get into them with a contract that for me to give me that, because some of these clans are very prominent. huwezi jua umebeba nani. Yes, you know, but riders, they don't care. Wale wanakuchukua tu wamekuacha hapo. They don't want to know and they don't know who you are, right? And some of these riders are very common, but they dress very simple that you can't even notice. So one thing I'll try to get into them is contract. That you are going to sign the contract that there's no single day you will ride that bike while drunk, or minus the gears, or minus the insurance. So I'll have to know how many people I have with all the things before I get you the contract. You'll have to assure me that there's no any day a client will report to me that you gave me a drunk rider, right? And there's no any day you'll ride that bike minus the gears, or with the client not having the gears. Because at my place now it's very sunny, right? And the dust are everywhere. Yes, naweza na mtu anataka kuingia huko vichochoroni, and now na wewe umekazana hapo, and the bikes unapitana na bikes and the vehicles and the dust, but you didn't have the helmet. Client wangu anafika kana naenda meeting kama amejazwa vumbi kila mahali.
Okay,
So,
I actually think what Alex was asking is this.
Yes.
If I want to answer Alex for you.
Okay.
What Alex was asking, how safe are your clients with the motorbike guys? Is that right, Alex?
Yeah.
Not the motorbike guy. The client now.
Okay.
How sure, or how are you sure that your client is safe with this motorbike? The motorbike guy is safe with it, because some of these clients anaweza kuwa ni robber. Ambeba mtu wa motorbike wako naende aibe na alikuwa na motorbike ya. And I remember that is what we said. Those are risks that you will deal with them when they come.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
They will come, because those are things that will come.
Yes.
You will not know all the clients that you're giving to your riders, sindio?
Yes.
Because you might be giving mango, and mango anaenda kuua mwanamke mwingine huko. And the rider that alipeleka ni wako, ako na kila kitu, all the details uko na. You actually didn't know who mango is, sindio? It's a client who has just come into your app and they want to be taken somewhere. Those are things that you deal with them when they come, because those are the risks of businesses. You can start a cuckoo project today, and tomorrow all the cuckoos die. But your issue was that all these cuckoos, within 3 months, I am a millionaire. So what do? Do you kill yourself because the cuckoos are dying?
No, you don't.
You pick yourself again and you deal with it the way it is. That is business.
Yeah, so
We've had the boats and the Uber guys being hijacked, them being the Ubers being taken to a venue of robbery and wameiba, and alikuja na Uber. So the Uber guy didn't know the person. So those are things that when they come, you deal with them when they come.
Yeah, let's hear from her, and then you will answer it later, because I think the time is very good. So we have the time operations. Can you talk about it in less than 30 seconds?
Okay. Thank you so much. I didn't tackle that, but it's good. But you know, it's also very risky. But no business that is not risky. But I love to operate 24 hours for us. Maybe up to 9. Yes, maybe from 5 to 9. Yeah, so the risk of the bikes, you know, bikes around is the hijacks. Yeah, maybe for that.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much for that. And I believe that session was very educative. And you managed to have insights on what your colleague is thinking, on also how you can also implement yours. And you got to have a feel for those who came here. Standing here is a nightmare, right? People can ask you questions you didn't think. So what you can do is, when you're going to take tea in the next 10 minutes, you can go talk to your friend as usually take, ask questions here and there, because when you come back, you want to also get to another session, okay? When you talk about the MVP mindset, how to do your problem statement, how to pitch to investors, okay? And also, how to bring that project to life, because we must do it before midday. You must have a prototype working before midday, okay?
Yes.
So for those who didn't come here, I know you have a project you're thinking of, you'll do it. For those who came here, you decide on the one that you have, and then you also work it out. So is it possible we have tea break for the next 10 minutes? Then you come back?
Yeah.
Because we have quite a lot to do today, right?
Mhm.
Yes. So I think Mwalimu can direct us on that.
Yeah, Nasema 10 minutes, but it's actually 11 tuko hapa, si ndio? So please let us take our tea that side and then come back. So na request tusimame. Terili ataombea chai, please. Sheryl.
My dear kind and everlasting master, come before you this morning.
So this is the best time. I normally say that at times challenges comes with some positive. So that challenge of 10 minutes, can you use it to discuss? Let me say.
Akwambia gani? Na umejua hii kitu kina nani walitengeneza?
the simplest version. It is the simplest version of your solution. It is the simplest version of your solution that still delivers. It is the simplest version of your solution that still delivers core value to users. Simplest version of the solution that still delivers core values to your users. So instead of just building a large-scale application or a full working system, you first of all build a system and you deploy it on a small scale to a subset or a group of users, so that you can, number one, get feedback. Number two, you can improve on your application. For example, what we've had here, the brainstorming part of it, you realize that when you go back, sit down, from the comments you've gotten, you improve your application. You see that I need to have this in place first. I don't need to have the other one in place. So you build upon it. So that's what the MVP comes into play. So when you build that prototype, you build just an application that serves only 10 people, only 15 people. And then how well can you manage that data? Because at the end of the day, you must handle clients' data. Whether be it their name, their IDs, their emails, those are data that you need to handle. So how fast can you also relate their data back? If they've done an input, how fast are you getting the response? How fast is your application? So all these things, you need to have them in a small, controlled environment first before you enlarge to a much wider market. So that's what the MVP is all about. And you're going to go through what it is, how you're going to do this, and what it entails. Okay? So the first thing we can have there is build small. Build small. Build small. And in build small, we have what it means. You can just highlight what it means. So it means develop only the essential features. So the first thing we have build small, and under it we have what it means. Then it says develop only the essential features that address your defined problem statement. Only those essential features. Don't have so many graphics, don't have so many pictures, just the essential bit of it that makes the program work. Okay? So just develop only the essential features that address your defined problem statement. That address your defined problem statement. Yes. The next thing, why it matters. Why it matters. Why it really matters is it reduces development time. Why it matters? It reduces development time and costs. It reduces development time and costs, which prevents unnecessary expenses. Which prevents unnecessary expenses. So you might be running a web-based application and you need to have good servers. Maybe Amazon provides very good servers. Maybe you want good database. Maybe you can use Firebase or what. So instead of you spending almost 10,000 on a good Amazon website database, how about you just have a local database? Then from there, you see how the application is responding. Maybe your application doesn't need the number one database in the world. It only needs a good enough database. Okay, so that is why it matters. Why building small matters. Okay. The next thing is let's see an example. Okay, so if your project is to help farmers get daily market alerts, right? So what are you going to go about? What do you need for that project? Do you need a very complicated interface? No, you don't. You just need the simplest form. Okay. So talking about the MVP is just the minimum product, and having the simplest version of your product can really help you a lot. Remember, I talked about becoming the third person in all these. See how it runs fast before investing 100%. Because there's no need for you to borrow loans and then get stuck because the product is not moving. See first how the market accepts it. Get into the market knowing that I have tested it, things are working, all this. Okay. So the next thing in about the MVP is test fast. Test fast. Test fast. If we had build small, then we have test fast. Fast for moving something very fast. Test fast. Test fast. Then under it also we have what it means. What it means is release your MVP to real users as quickly as possible. Test fast, what it means, release your MVP to real users as quickly as possible in hours, in days, and not months. In hours and days, not months. That's the reason why we are having it in a controlled environment. Okay, we are building it small, and then you can't build something small and release it after 3 months. No, that doesn't make sense. Okay? The 3 months is enough to have reviews, enough to build up the project again to add more features. So build it small, yes, and then deploy it quickly to your users so that you can get feedback. So don't get stuck with an application that is small and it doesn't really help you in terms of improving its functionality. And then why it matters. Early feedback reveals whether your core idea truly meets user needs. So why it matters? Early feedback reveals whether your core idea truly meets user needs. And feedback reveals whether your core idea truly meets users' needs. So you can send the first bunch of SMSs to the first, let's say, 10 farmers. And then how are you getting feedback from them? Are they saying the product is good? Next week, is the weather changing? Or how am I going to go about it in terms of maybe do I need to install irrigation systems? Do I need to have greenhouses partially? Yes. So at the moment you receive that feedback, you'll be able now to add a little bit more about your product. And then you can also build a product that there's a portion that the users don't even use. They don't even know it exists. But you spent a lot of time developing it. So from there you can know that the user is saying, I've never used this part of the system, or I've never used this prompt. And yet you are still factoring it in your database. So it is just consuming up the database. You need an extensive database to store everything, right? So that's why it is important. So the third one is learn quickly. Learn quickly. Learn quickly. We had build small, we had test fast. Now we have learn quickly. So what it means, analyze user reactions, and data, analyze user reactions and data from your tests, analyze user reaction and data from your tests, then improve or pivot, on the features you have. Then improve or pivot on the features you have. That simply means that are the features you're offering relatable to the customer? Yes or no? If they are, improve on it. If they are not, you can prune them down. Or if they are the way it is and they're satisfied, you can pivot on it, you can stick on it like that. Right? Yes. That's how you can have it out. So learning quickly is quite important. You need to understand it very fast because the short space that you're having, someone else can have the idea and deploy it before you. So you could have just wasted time. But the moment you do it faster, then you get to have the market fast hand. Then why it matters? Why it matters? Continuous learning ensures you build what users really want. Continuous learning ensures that you build what users really want, avoiding wasted effort. Continuous learning enables you to build what users really want. So if the farmers tell you that the semesters maybe arrive a little bit late, then you can improve on your system so that the semester can come a little bit faster. Right? So that's what it is. So those key principles will allow you to see how or to envision how your project is going. Okay. So the full mindset in action, the full mindset, we have things like you identify, you build, you deploy. Right? So the first one you can have identify. So identify the single most crucial feature. Okay. So you just have full mindset in action. Full mindset in action. And then we list what it entails. Full mindset in action. So number one is identify. Identify. So you identify the single most crucial feature. That single most crucial feature. What do they really want? Okay, that is part of the identification. Number two is build. Build, build. So we need to build the feature in its simplest form. Feature in its simplest form. Number three, deploy. Now I want to deploy it. Deploy to a controlled group of users. Deploy to a controlled group of users. The group of users can be found in an area, in an estate, in a location. So only that group of people are going to have access to your application. Number four is about collection.
This new part of the deploy.
Yeah, deploy to a small group of users. So it's a controlled environment. Okay? That's why we're having white borders. Okay? So deploy to the fourth one we have collection. So feedback on timing, clarity, and usefulness. Feedback on timing, clarity, and usefulness can be used to improve the system. So how do you collect the feedback? How do you collect the clarity over your application, the usefulness of the application? Number five, iteration. 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 From the word iterate. It is fine-tuning the delivery of your product or services. Product or services to your consumers. To your consumers. So you realize that by embracing the MVP mindset, you will, number one, reduce the risks. You will lower the risks so much. You also conserve the resources that you're using. And you also ensure that every development or update you are making makes sense to the user. So these concepts apply in each and every application. It's not just one application, but every application. So we want to talk about something else called project planning and risk management. what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you in a nutshell what they are, because different applications have different risks and also they have different applications. So what I'm just going to do is have a blanket of everything, just as we have the MVP covering every aspect of the projects. So having the concept of project planning and risk management, what do you understand about risk management? If I may ask, what do you understand about risk management? Yes. Someone, what do you understand about risk management? Managing your risks. What are the risks? What do you understand by the concept of risk management? Yes.
Giving the solutions to
Giving the solutions to approach problems. Okay, other person. What do you understand about risks? What are risks? What are risks? Do you know what a risk is? You don't take risk. Don't take unnecessary risk. What are they?
There risk can be situations that make your business or put your business in danger.
Yeah. They can greatly impact your cash flow in the business. Right? So in that project that you're having, you might be having the risk factor in place. And different applications have different risk factors. So what you're going to do, you're going to do a blanket. And then the first thing is you need to find out who your clients must have. So then one risks are the clients. So clients or users. So what entails that risk is who they are. So the first point for the risk is clients or users. And then what is under that risk is who are they? How do you reach them? Are they recurring? Because you can have one client who uses a product every time, or you can have a client use your product only twice, then he or she will never use it again. Okay? So the next thing that you can have is the structure. The structure of one we had clients. So we're doing a nutshell of the risk that you can incur. So we have the structure. The structure, we can say what kind of setup will make this a real initiative. So the structures are also a risk factor because you can choose a structure that doesn't really resonate well with the consumer, and yet you've already invested in that structure. Maybe you've gone ahead and bought bundles from the Safaricom. Maybe you've bought the client's data from the Safaricom providers. Then after buying that data, that is a structure you placed, right? So after buying that data, but the users are not even responding to your inquiries. Because if you get data from there, it means the users you're targeting are blind to your product. They don't know what your product is. So you are pitching blind. You don't know who you're pitching to. Okay? So that one can be a very huge risk factor in your business. The third one that is also most commonly undergone is resources needed. Resources needed. Resources needed. So in resources needed, we have what tools we used, platforms we used, the people or personnel we used, or the content or the content to be used. So having more tools, platforms, people, personnel, and also the content will also greatly affect your business. So if you have, let's say, you have 3 employees. These 3 employees help you do mapping because some of your products include mapping. So if you have these 3 employees, and the employees they don't have the good work ethics, but in your contract you sign with that employee that they will be in operation for 4 months. And by the first 2 weeks of you having them on board, you realize that they don't have the good work ethics. But yet you're paying him, let's say 10,000 a month, and you cannot terminate the contract. You terminate it, you have to pay him or her for the rest of the period that is supposed to be in contract. See? So that one can also be a risk in terms of your business, right? So you must first of all have the MVP. You must have it controlled. Then after controlling it in a small scale, then you see how it works. Then you have other people involved. But at the same time, you can still have others involved, but you still not be able to do away with the risk that you incur. So those are some of the things that we can talk about in terms of the risk that you have. So another thing we can have, these are LBs in terms of risk management, is that users can ignore your platform. Users can ignore your platform. What do you do when they ignore your platform? You must have systems in place, right? Users can ignore your platform. Another one, you can't get real data. Right? Another, third one, payments don't go through securely. So those are some of the other factors you can have in risks. So in starting that business, for example, in our case, for the programs we're running in institutional schools, the major risk that we are having is that, let's say the client accepted us to do a demo in the school. The students like the product, parents also inquire about the product, but now the challenge comes when the administration also wants to get something out of the same amount. So you realize that if you need almost 50 computers in operation in one school, and yet the amount you are getting back from it doesn't even cover the expenses you carry, then that's also another risk that you are looking at. So what were we going to do? Or let's say an institution takes the program for only one academic term. And yet we invested on getting machines, instructors, and robot kits for that school for one academic year. That's also a risk that we are undergoing. That's now we will talk about the resources, the tools, the personnel, right? Because I now have instructors who are supposed to go to that school for one academic term, but now the program has ended in one term. So what am I supposed to do about that? So also in your case, you might have a product, but on the first period of operation, you have clients, and then you upgrade your system. Then for the half of the years, the clients reduce, or they no longer use your product as much as they were using before. What will you do at that point? Because you cannot lay off your employees easily. You cannot take back the resources you bought, because once you buy a server, it's either you pay for it or it hangs, right? You cannot send back your domain name, because you must have a domain name, right? So what do you do when these things happen? And they normally happen, they must happen. They can happen. So you must be able to understand that when these risks come into play, you must have strategies. You must have people on board that you are relating to. Maybe you have 2, 3 people that help you manage it. So if you're the only person who is managing a business, you might find that these are problems will weigh you down in terms of even psychologically and also financially, because you'll be going the extra mile trying to make the business afloat, and yet it is not bringing back any real tangible finance source. Okay, so you must also think about that very well before you continue on the risk. And all these are risks, but now we have something called high risks, low risks, and medium medium risks. So we can't all classify them together as risks, but we can all say they are risks, but they are in different categories. We have high risks, medium risks, and low risks. So we need to figure out where are my risks lying. Are they high risks? Am I going to get 2 million funding? And then the time that I need to return it back, I'm not able to have good cash flow. So that's a high risk, right? If you have a person working for you, that is a medium risk or a low risk. If they don't have good work ethics, you might say, I'm sending a contract for only a month in the incubation period, right? So those are some of the things you put in place to cover that. So in a nutshell, you need to have the medium risks highlighted well. Risks also, because business you must have high risks. And also the low risks. If you realize your business is having a lot of low risks, that is a very common business. If you realize it is having a lot of medium risks, that's a very fairly high-end business. If you realize a business is high and is having high risks, then you need to know it's either you put on your working jacket or you defer that project or you defer that business idea. So if you have the muscles to do so, you take it up. If you don't have the muscles, you see how to go about it. That's why I was really preaching about you, number one thing, becoming the third person. See what risks you can handle. Because sometimes you can handle very high risks comfortably. Maybe your high risk is his low risks, and your low risks are someone else's high risks. So they all differ with each and every person. So if you take the backseat first as a third person, you'll be able to see, okay, this problem that I'm solving, this business I'm getting into, I have to deal with 1, 2, 3 things. Am I capable of doing this? Or if you are stressed, you immediately break down. If things don't go your way, you start blaming everyone around you. Or do you have the composure of being a CEO, being the founder? Because what you're doing here, we want to create founders and CEOs. We don't want to create employees. We want you to have that business by your own self. So if you have the backseat, if you have it in a controlled environment, you mitigate the risk factor, then you'll be able to proceed comfortably. So under that, any queries, any questions that you can have about what we discussed about the risk factors and how you can easily manage it? Any inquiry about that? Because we are a little trashing because of what we want to do next. Any questions? There's somewhere you've not understood well, so that we can clarify it for you before we move on to the next thing. Yes, if there is none, then you can move on to something else, which is crafting strong problem statements. Crafting strong problem statements. Crafting strong problem statement. So you might be having a very good idea. You might be having a very good problem you're trying to solve. But how are you going to put it down on paper? How are you going to tell it to others? Yes. So that's where we now want to learn how can you craft a very strong one that even if you give it to someone without you explaining, they already know what you are doing. Right? So if it is type of technology, if it is in terms of waste management, if it is some of e-learning resources, someone can just look at your proposal or the problem statement, knows what you're dealing. Because not every time you go there physically. There are times you'll be told, send it to our email. And when you start sending voice notes to that email, saying, now you see, my problem, no, you won't do that. So your problem statement should be able to speak by itself, right? Yes. So for example, our instance, we were approaching the guys who involved in edtech sector. So we were given the problem statement that there is this lack of adequate resources in terms of ICT in undermined areas. So that was our problem statement. The kids or the students in maybe the rural areas are not able to get access to internet. They're not able to get access to the machines, to good instructors who actually know what they are doing instead of just fumbling around. And yet, at the end of the day, these students are all examined by one academic body. So we are trying to levelize the playing field by coming into place and being able to provide these materials or have the instructors there to also guide the other students. So that was our problem. From that, you can envision what you're applying to, right? You can envision what you're dealing with, right? So that's what a problem statement, a strong one, can get you. So let us define what a problem statement is. So a problem statement defines a specific user's challenge. It defines a specific user's challenge and why solving it matters. It defines a specific user's challenge and why solving it matters. You can approach someone and they tell you, why don't we just do that? Because either way, people are still living, they are still breathing. So your problem statement should be able to show that these problems that we need to solve, it is really of essence that we solve it as quickly as possible. So that's what your problem statement should include. So, key ingredients. Key ingredients to your problem statement. Key ingredients to your problem statement. Number one, we have target users. Target users. For example, artisans in Kisumu, or farmers in Nyarurera, or those are the target users. So you must be able to protect which type of users do you want? Which type of users are you solving that problem for? Are they people living in urban setting? Are they people living in the rural setting? You need to define it clearly. Okay. Another thing is the problem or pain that you're solving. The problem or pain you're solving. So for example, if it is about the online learning, you're solving the problem of teachers lacking learning materials, yet they are available somewhere else. That's the problem. Another one, the pain. For a farmer to go to an institution somewhere to ask if they can buy their maize or their beans, that is the transport, time, right? There's a lot of factors involved. So you must say it clearly. What pain are you taking away from the person, from the user? If it is not well defined, it will be a missing link in your problem statement. Someone can easily rule it out. Because we have companies that provide something called seed capital. Seed capital, and normally seed capitals, you don't refund. It is an amount of cash given to entrepreneurs to solve a particular problem or to improve their businesses. So for you to gain access to that seed capital, you need to send your proposal. You need to send your problem statement. And on the other side, if the person sitting on that desk reads your email, is he or she able to see that you have a clearly defined statement that you're having? You have a clearly defined problem that you are trying to solve. There is no way you can earn a seed capital without you having clear definitions of what you're doing. So that's why you say you must define your problem clearly. That's why remember I told I can say what the problem is in less than 10 months. Because we are not reading a whole statement, we are reading key points where they are. Okay? So make sure it is well explained. So the another thing is context and impact. Context and impact. What is the context of the problem? And what is the impact of you solving it? So you might find that, let's say in terms of farmers, maybe the context is about maybe sales, right? So we are talking about sales. How can you help the farmers sell their products well? So if you are able to do this, then the impact will be the farmers will have more time to work on the farms rather than focusing on where it is going. Okay? So having a clearly defined context and impact will also let someone know that yes, you found the problem, this is where you're going, and this is what you're going to do. And after you've done it, how is it going to be impactful? Because at the end of the day, you must be able to impact the society in one way or the other. They must feel the difference. So if there's no difference between you being not being there or being there, is the customer will easily look for another option. But when you're not there and the customer feels there's a pinch, then you will forever be remain relevant to them. Okay? Yes, so that's what we are talking about. So another thing is using action-oriented words. Using action-oriented words. Very impactful. We use words like how we might. When you say how we might, is you're saying how we might solve this problem so that the farmers can have ample time in their farms. So having very impactful words will enable the person reading or reviewing your problem statement to be able to now prioritize you. So if you just use plain English that don't really capture him or her, there is no way they will get the idea that you have. Because you will only be called once your application goes through. You will not be called when your application has not gone through. Okay? So we want to capture them from the word go. That's why most websites, I believe you visit a lot of websites, right? And every website, the first thing that is normally on the home page, the first thing you can see is a very bold wording, pictures, right? If, let's say you visit a website that only has words, like Wikipedia, only words, how long do you think you can stay on that website? Seconds, right? Not even a minute, seconds. But if you go to a website and then the picture's moving, there's a good catchy word there, right? And then you have some buttons, you have some animations, my friend, you will scroll whether you like it or not. You will have to scroll it, right? That goes the same to our problem statement. If you have clear definitions, if you have clear words that lead up or build up to what you are saying, you are most likely to be prioritized over the others. Because how many applications are being sent? How many problem statements are being sent to those funding companies? A lot of what? Applications. And you're dealing with the community. You know, when you deal with the community, it stops being a business, it becomes a problem solving adventure. So that when you apply for funding, it becomes easier. Because you will have to grow your servers, you will have to grow your database, and you need cash for that. And you can't rely solely on this cash flow that is coming from the business to number one, run it, to sustain also yourself, because you need facilitation, you need to move around, you need to eat, right? You need to pay the employees. So if you are able to gain access to seed capitals, whether you can apply them, there's normally, I think I'll share the site, there's normally a site that you can apply seed capitals. Just send in a statement, it is working, this is how far I have done it. Even from the Shark Tanks that you are watching, you saw that they came there when the program is already working. They didn't come there that I would wish to. No, they came there saying, I'm dealing in this, I'm selling pens, and the last year I've sold worth $12 million, and I'm inquiring that you give me 200,000 or 10% of my company, right? They didn't come there that people in my village. No, they come there having data, having facts that they are doing. So that's how it is. That's why I was saying you must have a strong problem statement. So those are some of the key highlights that you can use to write your problem statement. We've not broken it down so much because you have different problem statements. So from there, you can be guided on how to go about it, right? So after you've written your problem statement, by good chance it goes through, and then you're asked to come tell us more about the product now. Come, you've been invited to a baraza somewhere. You need to pitch to people. How do you go about pitching? Okay. So we want to talk about pitching practice. Pitching practice. You've had your problem statement written clearly with good wordings, with good problem statement. Everything looks nice, everything looks presentable. So, pitching practice. It entails number one, problem statement. Number two, core solution. This is core solution. Number three, who benefits. Three, who benefits. Number four, sorry. Number three is who benefits. Who benefits. Number one was problem statement. Number two, core solution. Number three, who benefits. Number four, why now? Why now? Number five, why is it viable? So you can see that what you're talking about is somehow outlined on your problem statement. But now you're going to pitch to someone else now. You're going to explain to it. So just take the portion that is the solution, tell them who are this benefiting, why should it be given priority, why are you doing it? Why are you doing it immediately? Why is it important that we deploy it immediately? Why is it viable? Why is it important that you are solving this problem? Because someone will tell you that problem, maybe it is not that important. So maybe you just deploy it. But then you can tell them that if we don't solve this problem, in the next 2 weeks, this will be the trend. Or in the next 1 month, this will be the trend. And by the time you're getting to that month, then it will be too late to solve the problem. So you try convincing them that I have this idea, this is the problem I'm working on. Why is it important that I solve it? It's important that I solve the learning facilities to be online because we are having exams in 1 month's time. The students have not yet finished the curriculum, and also the teachers are lacking resources to do so. You see, it is quite important, right? If you're an investor and then someone tells you that, you'll be more intrigued enough to say, okay, tell me a little bit more, because you're seeing there is a clear problem to be solved. And why am I solving it immediately? So you'll be able to say, because of lack of 1, 2, 3, and if you don't solve it immediately, others will have the edge over others. So those are some of the things that we can focus about. Then you can talk about pitching framework. Pitching framework. Now you know all these things. You have them in your mind. You know all these things. Now, how are you going to talk about to express yourself? It's called just expressing yourself. How are you going to express yourself like? You realize that from the Shark Tank, you find someone saying, I went to the beach with my with my family. We were not able to get good water bottles for ourselves because sand kept on getting stuck to the bottles that we are having, or when we were opening it, sand was everywhere. So that's why I came up with this idea that I am inventing sandproof water bottles for guys going to the beach. You see, the person has started with why he came up with the idea because he or she went to the beach with their family. One of the challenge that we were facing is the water bottles they were using was having sand sticking all over it, and that's the problem. Then the solution is he or she came up with an idea on how to invent a water bottle that doesn't attract sand so much. So your pitching should have a framework, and these are some of the things we must have in that pitching framework. The first one is clarity. Clarity. Avoid buzzwords. Okay. In clarity, then you say avoiding buzzwords. Avoiding buzzwords. Just explain it in plain language. Don't use very heavy English that even you sometimes pronouncing them can be a problem. So you want to convince investors to invest on your business and also to tell them that you know English. That one won't work. So avoiding buzzwords. Buzzwords are those words that are made unnecessary. You can have words that resonate to what you are doing, to what you are selling, to what you are convincing them to buy. But you can have unnecessary words. Right? So those are what we call buzzwords. The first thing is having clarity. Talk with clarity in your pitching. The second one is storytelling. Storytelling. And under that one, you say use a true story. Use a true story to talk about your product. Use a true story to talk about your product. Because, as the example I gave earlier, someone was going to the beach. You see, they are telling a story. And the story is actually true because they went to the beach. You can't fabricate a story because you are pitching a problem statement. So if you fabricate a story and then I ask you details about that story and you start thinking, it don't make sense. So storytelling builds up to your product. It builds up. Why am I going to do this? You don't just start saying, people go to the beach and then when they want to drink water, no. Go and say, okay, yes, they go to the beach. Or okay, let them go find water taps somewhere, then they can drink from there. There's no sand. Maybe let them go to the hotel. There's no sand in the hotel. But when you bring it to a personal level, then you can be able to easily relate them to your product. If you say, I went to the beach, I personally experienced it. I experienced not having access to a border. I experienced not having access to good learning materials for my child at home. As a teacher, I experienced lacking materials in my class. So the moment I experienced lacking materials in my class, I went ahead and created a very friendly platform whereby teachers can come and get the materials at a very affordable fee. You see, that is a story you told. It led up to your product. So storytelling captures even in church. Pastors know that, right?
Yeah.
They tell you why they were saved. Maybe they were doing some things that are not so much legal. And then Christ came and then they were saved. Right? So, yeah, that's how it is. Even in math, the teacher will always tell you a story. So storytelling builds up. It builds up. Okay? So make sure you're good at conversing in terms of the stories, in terms of what you are saying. Another thing is the metrics. Metrics. Under metrics, you can say mention numbers if possible. If it is possible, you should mention numbers. For example, 5 out of 10. See, that is a metric. We had 10 people, but 5 out of them needed this product. You can say 100 out of 200 needed this product. So remember, you already have the product running. You already have your e-learning running. You already have your game deployed. You already have your border business deployed. Yes? You have your metal collection running. So you can say, out of the 200 people that live in this area, I've gotten subscription of 100 people. That means that 100 people are seeing the importance of having that product. Don't tell me that you sold 2 people and the population is 300 and you're convincing me it is very important. There's no way. There's no way. I must see numbers. I must see how far have you gone with that product before I chip in and help you improve it. Okay? That's why the metrics is so important. You need to say, I've made this kind of cash because I have this number of clients in the past 1 year, in the past 6 months in operations. We've served this number of clients, and the clients that have returned are X amount. See, the numbers, they say numbers don't lie, right? So numbers will tell us if your business is running, it is viable, it is important enough for us to invest our cash in it. For example, the instance I told you, I just got a loan from Madam Nelly. She gave me the cash, went and bought the laptops because she was very comfortable. This problem this guy is solving, bringing STEM program in schools, is actually something that is working. And the numbers were, if I have 800 students, and each student gives me X amount of cash, then I'm able to return this loan in 1 academic term. See? So it makes it easier. But if I was just, just give me, and then I will see what you can do. No. What you can do doesn't have a place in your bank account. You only have zeros and ones. Right? So metrics are very important. Have clearly defined metrics. The numbers. How many employees are you having? You can say, with this product, I'm only having 6 employees. These 6 employees cover the geographical distance of these kilometers, and then they are able to have this much work done, this much work done, and then this one reduces the cost in terms of labor. That will be simplicity enough, right? Those are some of the teaching frameworks we have. Then the last one that is always very important is call to action. Call to action. Call to action. This is now where we say, why now? Why is it viable? Call to action. Make sure you end your pitching with a very strong statement. That if the entire time you've been talking, someone only captured what your name is, what you're solving, and then they doze off. Or they were just thinking about maybe their vehicle is somewhere, it needs to go to the mechanic. And then by the time you're concluding, you have a very clear and strong call to action statement. In that someone can summarize everything you say in that call to action statement. Okay? So if you're pitching, you need to have those. Clarity, you must have stories to tell that led up to your product. I've gone to this venture because of I experienced this and this. Because when you tell someone I experienced it, it shows that it affects you directly. You are one of the consumers of that product. But if you say someone else was affected, that means that you were not really invested in that product as much. But if you say, I didn't manage to get this course outline because I'm a teacher, because of 1, 2, 3 things. So I came up with this solution to do that. So you're affected directly. Other thing is the metrics always have numbers. Even if they are 10, even if they are 5, always have numbers. And don't be afraid to put out your income. Because from your income, How much someone can gauge how much they can loan you, how much your business is worth. So don't be afraid to put out the numbers. Your business can have a cash flow of maybe let's say 100,000 for every 60 days, or 100 days, or 70 days. So those are numbers. You can say I earn this amount of cash in this amount of time. Then from there they can decide. Even in loan apps, they normally gauge how your bank account is working. Right? If your bank account is always on zero, will they be able to give you a loan? No. But if your account is on 20,000 every time, you can give a loan over 20,000, because they know that you can pay off in installments of 5, 5, 5, 10, right? If your account normally reads 100,000, they can give you a loan of up to even 50,000, because they know you're capable of paying it back. So metrics, you should always include them when you are pitching. I expected even one of you, when he was pitching the ideas, to say that, just an example, that 50 people in around where I am, I normally see around 10 people standing on the roadside waiting for buses, waiting for motor vehicles, the motorcycles, but they're not able to get it. So if we can develop this app, then 5 of these people can use it, and then to trim down there, right? So that's how you can also pitch up ideas, because we want to maximize of the time you're given. Okay. The last one was the call to action. Call to action is very important. You normally have school mottos, right? Even YMCA has that. It's mission, it's motto actually. Many parts, one body. Many parts, one body. Means yes, you might be a number of people, but we are one. That's a very catchy call to action. So even yours, you must have a very well thought, defined, summarized call to action. So you won't be uh, shooting blind when you're pitching. Another thing is having having a simple visual representation. Having simple visual representation. Having simple visual representation. So representation is simply what project you made. What have you been working on? So let's say it is an application that helps people collect the scrap metals. Just come with a projector, or you can even have the flyers, or you can just have your site, right? So that you can show that this is how it looks like. This is how the application looks like. If it's about downloading things from the internet, the ebooks, you tell them, this is where you go, this is how you click on it, this is how you select the grade you want, the subject you want, you click download, it comes back to your account. So it shows that, yes, you've told us that you have this product. You told us that 5 out of 10 people like your product. But where is it? Is it fabricated? Is it in thin air? Where is your product? So you show them that this is the product, this is how it was work. For our case, we had to get 2 schools minimum that are having the program on board. Then from there, we have pictures. We have the website running. So I tell them, go to bodycode.com, search for us there, you see what you're doing. Or I can even hand them flyers, because I'm confident enough that these are my materials. You don't pitch someone else's ideas, you pitch your own. Okay? So you have to show that it is in place, it has made this much, here it is, here is how easy it is. Because someone can say, but your application is similar to Jumia Eats. Because even Jumia Eats, they're just ordering online and they're getting it on their doorstep. But then you can say, no, but Jumia Eats requires you to have data, requires you to have the application. But on my end, my users can simply dial a QR code, a code with the star 234 hash, and then they can get the options to order. So I've made it simpler for them to do so. Then now it changes the angle now. You see, it has changed everything from them comparing it to Jumia Eats to having standalone problem. That's how it is. Another thing is practice confidence, energy, and timing. That's where now we start being victims. Yes, don't be a victim. To practice confidence. Have you ever been asked to give a testimony in church and the microphone is very heavy? You're even in fact shaking, you're trembling, then you're breathing so hard that people even start laughing. You're like, this is all. Standing in front of a crowd can be quite difficult. Can you believe when I tell you that I was a very introvert person? Very introvert person. I couldn't even go outside to people. No, I was just from school, bus, home, I stay home the whole time. Maybe I go to church once in a while. Then from church, come back home. There's a point that my dad told me, you could be to be honest for month. Yeah? That's what the comments were. My sister would come home with her friends, then my dad says, because they're feeling like this person is not talking to anyone. And I become a cooler. So it is all about practice. It is all about practicing and being confident. You are confident, number one, yourself. No matter how good the product is, and you're like, we can just have it, you can sign up and they can download it. And yes, and I can send more information later. We'll tell you, thank you very much for coming, and we'll hope to contact you, and we'll have a little bit more about the product. They will never contact you, that's a lie. They're telling you. But if you come there with a broken project, but you are in good suits, you showed up, good morning, how are you guys doing? My name is Princeton, and I'm from Kisumu. You see, you've already captured their attention because number one, your confidence about yourself. That's what counts. The opportunities will be there, but how do you take them? How you take them will determine if you move on to the next step. That's what you're saying. Your problem statement also should be having the same type of confidence in that when you send it, you're very sure it will come back. Let me give you an example. Last year we did an application for a current school because they wanted a STEM teacher, but we just did the application anyway. As you are offering the service, we're not offering individual like a teacher going there, but we're offering it as a company. So I just sent the email blindly. Last week, I got an email back saying you have successfully been chosen and you passed. And looking back at the email I sent, it didn't really match what we wanted. And then they said, send us your CV, send us your picture of your ID. My friends, I didn't send any CV, any pictures. I only sent a proposal, only. And then I got a message back, an email back. Oh, you have passed the second vetting. Now you'll be required to go to Nairobi. And I started asking myself, is it me or is it these guys don't know what they're doing? Because if someone asks you to send their CV and you send a proposal, it doesn't really make sense, right? It doesn't make sense. So that was how confident the email was. Let me show you an example. You can see what I mean by having a strong proposal. See, this confirms that you had received the application details that you submitted last year in our portal showing interest in joining and working with our current schools in the STEM program service provider position. With regard to this, we delighted to report that your application was reviewed by virtue of having more memories from Kisumu. For that reason, your interest was considered since you went through first a successful requirement. national ID, scanned copy of CV, passport size, copies of academic documents. Those are some of these they wanted. But there is nothing that I said there that was showing that I have a CV somewhere. None. None. This is what got back. After sending the proposal, you got this back. Thank you for applying to work at the schools. Blah. After thoroughly reviewing, there's no thorough review that was done. Because there was no CV was there. There was no passport size. But what I sent, the proposal I sent, was confident enough to be read even if it was missing some key elements that we wanted. That's what we're talking about. Okay? Have the confidence in yourself, have the confidence in your proposal. Write as many as possible. Send them out. You'll be able to see and get feedback out of it. Okay? That's what we are looking for. And I think energy. You must maintain a certain amount of energy when you're talking. Don't start here, then go down. They feel like, okay, maybe you're also tired of your product. Why should we invest in your product? And you're already tired about it. Or you come, you're rained on, you talk slowly. The moment you talk with a low tone and a low energy, they will automatically switch off from your product. But if you maintain a high amount of energy for that 10-15 minutes, because pitching normally is 10-15 minutes, not a long time, you're given a very brief time to talk. And then from there they can decide. Okay? And then another thing is timing. How do you put into your pitching? The stories, okay? The experiences. What are the timings you need to bring about? Okay? So when you're talking, then you can say, we previously had a customer give us review that our product was serving them well, and they referred us to another client. That is good timing, whereby you talk about the problem statement, whom you're serving, how it is working, and then you bring about a story. See, it must up. And then before you talk about this problem statement, you had a story about how it led up to that problem. And then after solving the problem, you had a story about the feedback that came. So timing within your pitching is very key and very important. Okay? So when you have that one down, when you have that one noted, you'll be able to have a very successful pitch. And how to overcome that stage, right? They normally say you know your product best. Even the employee doesn't know your product as much as you do. You know the service you're offering better than anyone. That's why you feel, if I was there, we could not have lost that deal. I could have convinced those investors very well. You know your product well. So, how about you take 5 minutes? Just talk to yourself. Pitch to yourself. The more you talk about the product to yourself, the more you understand it, and the more you can break it down easily. Talk to yourself about your product, your service. 10 minutes only. Yeah, I normally do it when I'm using cold water. So instead of singing, I try saying that, okay, we need to improve on the curriculum, we need to do this. So when the cold water touches my back and I feel like, okay, so just take time. Maybe if you're working, just think about your product and then say, okay, if I'm invited someone to talk, I can say, good morning. Thank you for having me on. I say, good morning, so and so from this company. I can say, thank you for having us from Bodycott company. You see, you've created scenarios in your head. You normally say that ladies like creating scenarios in their head and confusions. But also, it applies everywhere. Just create that scenario. whereby you've been invited, because it normally comes once. So when you're invited there, you already have a clear understanding on how you're going to go about it. So until there, about pitching, who has a question that you need to go about, because time is quite moving? Who has a question for that session that we had about pitching? Who has an input, an extra input? Who has an extra input about what we discussed about the pitching frameworks and how to go about it? Where have you not understood well? Because I told you I'm just giving you the nutshells about what is to be expected. And then on your side, you now go and do deep research on what your problem statement is all about. Right? Because even previously we saw the risk management, we have the risks, medium, high, low risk management. Risks. So how are you going to manage it? Your low risk can be someone else high risks. Coming back to pitching, maybe you don't have the stage fright, another person has the stage fright. So you need only to work on your confidence. You need to work on your energy. Okay. So you can go research a little bit about how to retain your energy, how to have peak energy, okay, during the pitching sessions. And what are the languages the investors want to hear? The investors want to hear profits. They want to hear the metrics are skyrocketing. So make sure you give genuine report on your products. That's all. Yes.
I want to ask you have talked about metrics. So I want to ask, is it good to give the clear number, exact number, or you can approximate?
Yes. No, you have to give the clear number, because there's no way you tell me approximately 10 to 20 clients use our product. That's approximate. I need to know that 20 clients find your product relatable. Okay? I need to know that 10 clients find the product relatable. So if I am to invest on your idea, I need to know that I have to put in this much of effort, okay, to serve this amount of clients. Okay, if you tell me 15 to 20, then I put in effort for only 15 customers. What about the 5 now? Okay, so you need to be clear on your problem segment. The metrics should be clear. If you only have a cash flow of maybe 5,000, you need to have that mentioned. I have a cash flow of 5,000 by every 2 months. Okay, so there's no way I'm going to give you or invest in your idea if I don't know how much you are getting from the business, if I don't know how much your project or your application is worth. Okay? So metrics, when you lie about the metrics and the investors come to the ground and they don't find anything viable, then look at what happens to you. You say people were coming to the ground and saying, we've given you $2 trillion. Where is it going? But you said it was founded on a very genuine cause. So to help us, to help children in school, to help guys in medical. But now the metrics never lie. They came to the ground so that there's nothing happening. People are just driving Porsche cars. After every 2 weeks, someone has bought another car. The new number plate. I want a new number plate. Okay? What happened? They stopped the entire program. So if you are to lie about your metrics, and then I come to the ground, there is no integrity between me and you. And you want to have integrity between your investors and your clients and you yourself, and also your employees. For example, my instructors, I normally tell them that we're going to this school, we're going to do a number of students, so we're going to have X amount of machines, and these machines normally repairing because this much, so handle with care. So if an instructor knows that a machine to repair is 5,000 shillings and there are 80, how much is that? So the employee will handle your machines with care because they know the metrics in that if one machine gets spoiled, there is 5,000 shillings that is going to be used to repair them. So that's why you should have clear numbers. Yes, madam?
Yeah, I think what I'm also learning from the whole issue is
Yes.
highlighting the main points, what the clients wants to see or hear
Yeah.
is very important. Because from the email that I'm seeing and from the response,
Yeah.
it clearly tells me
Yeah.
that what the client wanted, the gap they had, they found all the answers in the first introductory mail. So that's why they were not interested, but because of procedures, they have to write, they need your ID, they need your what. But at the back of their minds, they know the solution is here.
Yes.
Yeah, so I think it is important for us, even for the metrics, be specific because accountability is key, integrity is key. So when you're giving information, make sure it is information that somebody can go back and justify. Yeah, so that it is true when it is put down, and true when somebody comes to the ground.
Yes.
They reconcile.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you should have those handed.
Yes. You've explained something on the problem statement, and I had a question that you've prepared your problem statement, having the target users and the problem and or pain you want to solve and all those. But now a question may arise that about the government regulation, the being updated with the current regulation. Like you may be asked, are you registered, or do you have this kind of certificate? So where do we include it? Do we include it under the problem statement?
No, we don't include another problem. It's the same way you don't include your email address in that problem statement. You don't include your phone number in that statement. Okay? Those are now documents that support the existence of that business. The problem statement, from the word problem, it just outlines what you're trying to solve. Okay? You're not selling yourself, remember? You're selling what you're trying to solve. So this is the problem I am having. I need to reach this type of consumers. I need to interact with this type of people from this community. This location is where I need to go. This is a problem that I'm having. So you need just to have the problems that you are solving. And then things like business registration. For example, if it is a business or let's say a company. So those ones are just supporting documents for what you're doing to show that you really exist somewhere. So you will be asked phone number, email address, the certificate of the business. So the certificate will show them that truly your business has been in operation for 5 years. Because even if you go search for our business name, it will show you that you've been in operation for that period of time. So when you're saying that I am from this company, we've been in operation for the last 5 years. In the last 5 years, we've made X amount of revenue, and we had 100 to 200 or 300, or we have how many users. Then when they go back to do a background check on your business, they'll be able to see that. Just the same way when you go to open a bank account, you must have some reference. So when you go open a bank account for your business, you will be required to have some documents stamped by a professional accountant. Okay. So it just helps in background checks. So you don't state it on the problem statement, okay? It's just an extra document. Okay. It's a question that you might have or a concern, otherwise then we do the next one. If there is none, then you can proceed to the next one, which is programming foundations and tools. What? Now bring the idea to life, okay? So we say programming foundation and tools. programming foundations and tools. So we all know that programming is just giving the computer instructions, follow step by step. So under that we have AI. Under that we have AI. Those want to embrace AI. So AI will help, will really help the business in terms of easing up the work for you to do in terms of doing programming. Because we all know that you have different languages. You have the CSS, JavaScript, Python, HTML, Ruby, yes. All those languages can be used to create a fully functional website or web application. But sitting down to program all these things, we talked about MVP, acting very fast, right? Sitting down and doing all this coding, all these languages, and then you end up with a product that is not relatable to the consumer, then you will have wasted even 3 months of your time. So how do we use AI to our advantage? Today I'm not going to show you how to program, no. I'm going to show you how you can use simple tools to make a prototype, to pitch with it, to have some 1, 2, 3 people try it out, and then you have it in life scale. That's what you're going to do, okay? So talking about AI, under it we have tools. So the tools include something called Replit. Replit is Replit. Replit. We have our famous ChatGPT. We have GitHub Copilot. GitHub Copilot. And by the way, if you don't have a GitHub account, go open one. So you must have a GitHub account. GitHub accounts is where you will be able to do your project, send them there. Then you can easily send your projects to someone. Just tell them my GitHub account is Princeton Road. Then they go search you up on GitHub. They find all the things you've been working on, prototypes, everything. And then you give them access, either public or private. So you must have a GitHub account.
What is the spelling?
GitHub.
Yes.
GITHUB.
GIT.
GITHUB. GitHub. So there also you will find other developers. You will find other people that you can relate to. So if you're working on a project and someone else is in another country, you can give them a GitHub access and they can cooperate with you. So the next thing we have use cases. Use cases. Use cases we have auto completion of code. The second one is debugging. Debugging code. Debugging. 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 Debugging is simply finding bugs in your code. Okay, finding the problems that makes your code not to run well. That is what's called debugging. The third one is you can get suggestions, or you can just say suggestions on layout and app ideas. Suggestion on layout and app ideas. So we will come back to that. We will come back to the AI because we will be using AI to build the prototypes. Okay. So because time is moving, we'll quickly go to the next thing, and then the last thing that we're going to do is set up an account for an AI. You try inputting a command, and then it gives you your application, partially baked or partially working. So another thing we can talk about before we start programming is approaches to development. Approaches to development. How do we approach the development phase? Okay. Approaches to development. Number one is agile development. Agile development. Agile is A-G-I-L-E. Agile development, which includes small steps and lots of feedback. You build something, send it out, you get feedback, you improve. Build something small, send it out, get feedback, improve. That is what we call agile development. So you use the feedback you get to develop your projects. The second one is rapid prototyping. Rapid prototyping. Rapid prototyping, from the word prototype. Rapid prototyping. So rapid prototyping is now you get it working first before you figure out the problem. Okay. So you can say get it working first, polish later. Get it working first, then polish later. So if your idea, your application idea is about, let's say the learning system, you need just to have it working before you start figuring out how people are going to pay, how this is going to happen. You just have it first, and then you polish it later, the details, the key things that you're talking about. Then we have no-code tools. No-code tools. So no-code tools are those tools that you can ask them to do something and they do it for you. For example, ChatGPT or this. So in no-code tools, we have things like even Canva for creating interfaces. You can use Canva to create an interface, a user interface. You can even use Glide. Okay. So we have no-code tools. So those are some of the approaches you can use in terms of coding your application. Remember, I told you I want you to start your venture with as little capital as you can, without investing a lot of capital in it. Just for yourself, you see how this works. Okay. So by applying those approaches, you can choose. I want to do it in an agile form. I want to do it rapidly. I want to do it with no coding tools. I'm not an expert in coding, but I want to build something. Okay. So those are some of the things you can talk about. Then you can talk about who is involved in development. You're an IT enthusiast. You know there's something called development. Whether be it application development, web development, you know there's development. So when you are hiring your crew, who should you hire? So who are involved in that development? Number one, product owner. Product owner. Product owner, you can say visionary or user researcher. So you are the one who directs them in terms of what is the vision of that product. Are you visioning to solve a problem by this time? This is the problem I want to solve it, but I want to solve it in this way. Okay. The second person we have the developer. Developer will now build and test the functionality of the application. We have a developer. Number three, we have a designer. So designer, he or she looks after the user interface and visual design. For example, he can place the button on the left side, in the center, he can place the text. Okay? So the designer looks after the user interface and visual design. The fourth one is tester. Tester. So tester is, for example, you can build your application, then you give your friend to try it out. Tell them, can you try playing this game? And then they reach a certain level, it breaks. They tell you, I'm pressing this button and it's not jumping, or it is not doing something it's supposed to do. That is a tester. Okay? So tester finds bugs and gives user feedback. He or she is already a user. And you will have to have those people when having a product. Okay? So after you've given it to the tester, they test it, get it back. And then we have the last one called DevOps. 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 So DevOps, they deploy and monitor the application uptime. So they make sure the application is forever searchable, forever working. So deploys the app and monitors the uptime. So if you are, have you ever heard of an application crashing? So it is the work of the DevOps to come and maintain it, to have it working regularly. Okay? So I remember I told you we are going to build the application. Okay? So what we can do is let's talk about so the practice platforms that we can have, you practice them at home. We have the number one was Replit. Number two is Replit is for instance hosting with AI. It can host your program and then you can send the link to another person to view it. It is called Replit, the one we talked about. Replit used for instant hosting and creation. Number two is Glitch. 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 So it is a collaborative prototyping tool. So if I have a prototype and I want you to see how it is and also help me make changes, you can use Glitch. Okay. Another one, GitHub Pages. GitHub Pages, but are normally used for HTML, CSS, and JavaScript pages. Okay. GitHub Pages are used for static pages, not dynamic. And then we have Glide. Glide also allows you to build apps without coding. Okay, you just build an application from there. Like, and then every application must also have a database, right? So database that you're having is Firebase, something called Firebase. Firebase is a application. So some of the resources you can get coding experience from. We have resources are, you can have free code camp, you can have Coursera, we have free code camp, we have Coursera, we have Sololan. Okay. So those are some of the resources you can use to get. And also, there's one called W3 Schools. W3 School with the syntax. W3 School is very good with syntax. If you want to make a button pop up every time, just go there, find where the button is, find the CSS that is used, find the JavaScript that is used, see how it is incorporated, have it in your own. Okay. Yes. So now we get to the practical part of it, and we're going to use one AI tool called Replit. And this is where now it requires you to open up the machines. We're going to practice that exercise in 15 minutes. You should have a working prototype of the application. Remember, we talked about clarity. What happens with these AI platforms is that it is normally called GI Joe. Garbage in, garbage out. If you give it something that is not making sense, it will forever give you a result that doesn't make sense. So be clear in your definitions. You will be telling it, I want to do something. And then it asks you, can you clarify it on it? Because it doesn't know what you're trying to do until you explain it to it. So the more you are trying to clarify, the more points you're using, the more time you have on that AI platform. Because it normally works on tokens. If you're given 30 tokens. So in these 30 tokens, you should be able to create something that is working. And if you want more tokens, you have to purchase something. But you can maximize on these tokens that you've been given, in that you can have a prototype that you can send it to someone and it works. Even if you're not on the application, on the Reddit app, but if someone has that link, they will forever see your application. Okay. So we'll do something like so on your search bar, you just say reflect.
There's a hand up.
Oh, sorry.
So, mwalimu, nimesikia one of them is telling me so that we sing kidogo is going to proceed.
Oh,
yes. So,
1 more, 2 more.
Can we stand up, please? I really want us to go to the next step. That's the practical part of it. Kiwa energetic, or beginning. So can we just stand up? We are going to sing our song again. Are we ready? Do I have my bass, guys? You know, in the choir we have bass, we have tenor, we have alto, tenor. You know that. So this time round, we are only going to base on 3, because we have 3 lines. Huh? So we are going to base on 3 numbers. So our first line, which number? 7. Then second line, 8. Last line, you see our people are. So it is the same song. 1 went to preach the gospel. So our first line, we are going to move with which number? 7. Then 8. Then 9. Let us begin. Number 1. First line.
7.
Let's go. 1, 2, 3. 1 man went to preach the gospel. 2 men went to preach the gospel. So okay, listen. Let us do it now. We were testing it so that we see if we are here or we are outside. Yes. So let us start. 1, 2, 3.
1 man went to preach the gospel. 2 men went to preach the gospel. 3 men went to preach the gospel. 4 men went to preach the gospel. 5 men went to preach the gospel. 6 men went to preach the gospel. 7 men went to preach the gospel.
Yes, hold on. If they did it right,
no.
So yeah. 1 man went to preach the gospel. 2 men went to preach the gospel. Are we in the right track? Let us come now. 1 man went to preach the gospel. 1 man went to preach the gospel. 2 men went to preach the gospel. 1 man, 2 men went to preach the gospel. 3 men went to preach the gospel. 1 man, 2 men, 3 men went to preach the gospel. 4 men went to preach the gospel. Yes, listen. 4 men went to preach the gospel. 1 man, 2 men, 3 men, 4 men went to preach the gospel. So we were supposed to go that way mpaka 7. So nyinyi mmepangusha. Second line, your number was 8. So let us begin. 1, 2, 3.
1 man went to preach the gospel. 2 men went to preach the gospel. 1 man went to preach. 1 man, 2 men went to preach the gospel.
So can you suggest one person in your line to do it for you all? Mfanye tu wote. Okay, that was first round. I think second round we are going to do it better. Sindio?
Yes.
Let us do.
1, 2, 3.
1 man went to preach the gospel. 2 men went to preach the gospel. 1 man, 2 men went to preach the gospel. 3 men went to preach the gospel. 1 man, 2 men, 3 men went to preach the gospel. 4 men went to preach the gospel. 1 man, 2 men, 3 men, 4 men went to preach the gospel. 5 men went to preach the gospel. 1 man, 2 men, 3 men, 4 men, 5 men went to preach the gospel. 6 men went to preach the gospel. 1 man, 2 men, 3 men, 4 men, 5 men, 6 men went to preach the gospel. 7 men went to preach the gospel.
1 man, 2 men, 3 men, 4 men, 5 men, 6 men, 7 men went to preach the gospel. 8 men went to preach the gospel. 1 man, 2 men, 3 men, 4 men, 5 men, 6 men, 7 men, 8 men went to preach the gospel.
So our first line, we have our last line. We have our last line. And the number was 9. So we go just like that up to the 9th number. Skia, I'm doing it up to 3. So can you do it the way I'm going to do it, okay?
Yes.
Skia. 1 man went to preach the gospel. 1 man went to preach the gospel. 2 men went to preach the gospel. 1 man, 2 men went to preach the gospel. 3 men went to preach the gospel. 1 man, 2 men, 3 men went to preach the gospel. Tuko pamoja? So you go that way up to the last number, which is 9. Let us proceed. 1, 2, 3.
1 man went to preach the gospel. 2 men went to preach the gospel. 1 man, 2 men went to preach the
Okay, that is first round. There is always second chance. Like we gave our first guys second chance and okay, your second chance in the Are we ready now? 1, 2, 3.
1 man went to preach the gospel. 2 men went to preach the gospel. 1 man, 2 men went to preach the gospel. 3 men went to preach the gospel. 1 man, 2 men, 3 men went to preach the gospel. 4 men went to preach the gospel. 1 man, 2 men, 3 men, 4 men went to preach the gospel. 5 men went to preach the gospel. 1 man, 2 men, 3 men, 4 men, 5 men went to preach the gospel. 6 men went to preach the gospel. 1 man, 2 men, 3 men, 4 men, 5 men, 6 men went to preach the gospel. 7 men went to preach the gospel. 1 man, 2 men, 3 men, 4 men, 5 men, 6 men, 7 men went to preach the gospel. 8 men went to preach the gospel. 1 man, 2 men, 3 men, 4 men, 5 men, 7 men, 8 men went to preach the gospel. 9 men went to preach the gospel. 1 man, 2 men, 3 men.
So you want to reach it? We all knew our numbers, senior. We all knew our numbers, senior. Anyway, this was just to bring the energy back to us so that we go to the next step while in our energetic. Senior, I think karibu mwalimu, let us go to the next.
I had someone saying 2 months, 3 months, and when they were really going to preach the gospel. Was it the 3rd row? It was not these guys. These guys are
The second row.
The second row. No second row. Problem is the first one.
Last row.
But that is good. You realize that when you're in a group like that, you tend to uplift each other. So when one guy is down, the others continue singing. See? So the singing also. So yeah, that's also how programming works. That's why we had the DevOps, we have the testers, right? So different people come together to make something come to play. So even you guys, I will expect you to form a WhatsApp group that you are all in, and you can cooperate and coordinate. Okay. So when you're here, you form a YMCA Hackathon group, and then you get your numbers, put them together. Then if someone is having a question, instead of just calling that guy every time, you can post in the group. Then the other guy picks it up from there. We collaborate. That's how you can form it. and maybe one of you, your project kicks up, then you can look for the other guy whose project has not kicked up. You work together, right? Yes, that's also important. And create groups. Okay. So I believe we need to summarize about products. So I think that's the just finish up this. So what you are doing is you are now going to bring our applications partially to life. So if you can access a machine, we are going to do it in the next 15 minutes. I say it's just a 15 minutes thing. And then when you go home, you go expand on it, okay? We'll not do it here, but I introduce you to it. I show you how it is working, and then you can proceed. That's okay. So go to your Google browser, search in the word Replit, R-E-P-L-I-T. Search one Replit. Click on the first link that you're having there. Okay. This one. Click on this one here. So when you do that, it will take you to the actual page of the AI. Remember, we're using an AI to build up a prototype. We talked about the MVP mindset. Build something very fast. Build a prototype very fast, down, and then refine it later as you go on. Okay. So this one here helps you to build up the Replit. So maybe it will tell you to have Gmail or to sign in using GitHub. You can either sign in using Gmail or GitHub. Those two accounts are accepted. That's why I told you as a developer, you need to always have a GitHub account. Okay. So here, my GitHub name is there, Buddy. So it tells me, hi Buddy, what do you want to make? So it will give me suggestions. Okay. Yes. What do you want to make? So it tells you, describe an app or site you want to create. You just describe. You will not start coding. There's no coding, really. Just describe it. That's what I was talking about. You defining a problem clearly in the least amount of words you can use clearly. So, if you want, maybe you have a documented plan, you can add it through here. So when you take, let's say, a document, a PDF, add it there, a picture, you can upload it there. And then you can tell it, using the reference from that image, from image 1 or image 2 or image 3, depending on how many images you have, then create this application, make it come to life. After you define it clearly, you see this space is so big, it allows you to define your project with how many words, maybe 300, 400, and then you press on Start Chat. This one there. You press on Start Chat, this one here. Then the moment you start chatting, then it builds up using the developers that it has. So it will create a code base for you. It will ask you to integrate a Firebase database. It will ask you which type of user interface do you want. Okay? So let's pick an application that you can work on. Let's pick one that you can ask it. Okay, let's ask it that. just an example. Paper supply management web app that allows the users to create their account, send their items to other people. So my prompt is quite basic. So what I can do, I can highlight everything and then come here, improve prompt. See, it will improve that prompt depending on the information I've given. I didn't write all these things here. Did I? No. But now you see that we are able to define it clearly. A web-based supply management system that enables users to create accounts and transfer items to other registered users within the platform. Okay? So you can continue adjusting it to your own project. 4 features, see? User account creation and verification system, add and manage personal inventory items, send or transfer items to other users by username or email, view transaction history and current inventory, visual references inspired by Venue's transfer interface and Amazon inventory management. So you see it is referring to an existing one to make your own project. See? The style guide, how many colors, see? All these. After you're satisfied with this one here, you can press on start. Or if you don't like this response, take it, put it to ChatGPT also. ChatGPT is also an AI, right? Tell it now to improve that prompt. You see that ChatGPT will have a better prompt improvement than this one here. Okay? Remember, we are using the MVP mindset. We want to create it fast. We want to see how easy it is for the users to interact with it because it will give you a web. So we have start chat. Okay, so let us reduce the size. Then, so this is the planning phase. I understand you want to build a web-based supply management system that allows users to create accounts and transfer items between registered users. This is essentially an inventory management platform with peer-to-peer item transfer capabilities styled with a clean, modern interface inspired by Vimeo and Amazon's resource experience. So the AI is going to work. See? See, it's telling you it is programming. See the codes? It's coding already. It's giving you a name, supply flow. That's the name of your website, supply flow. It is still working. There is the user icon. This is the dashboard coming to play. See? Total items, item sent. See, please continue. I'm telling you now. Items received. This is how easy it is to build up a prototype. How many shillings have you used till now? Maybe 50 shillings for buying bags. See, it's already creating the application. So here it tells you, okay, so it needs to add these ones, personal inventory management, items transfer, so it needs to add these ones. So you either approve the plan or you edit it. So it's giving you options. What happens when I do this? Approve plan. The moment I approve a plan, see, this is how our interface looks like. I have my product, MacBook Pro 16, or the research. My inventory is there. I can add an item. See, there's an item. There are categories that I can have. The dashboard has a dashboard inventory, transfers, history. See, item sent, item received, active transfers that are currently ongoing. So if you are maybe you are selling something on the online space, you can do so. If you want something to do with sending parcels, you can tweak the program to make it a dashboard for sending items, parcels. Okay? This one here is transferring items, like selling them. But in your case, you will be using it as a parcel system. How easy is that? And then after doing so, you will be able to deploy it and actually make it function. So for example here, you also have send it to. So you can either say, I want to send it to maybe a specific number. You have the 07, then you have the person's email, and then you have the person's name. So you take the system to what you require. Because we had different suggestions, right? From the border to metals, right? To the e-learning. So different problems that you're solving have different layouts. Okay. So this is how easy it is to create your own. So embracing the MVP mindset, have the prototype working, deploy it. After deploying, you can create a name for it, and then send the link to someone, the tester. Tell them, how do you see that application? Tell you that it is good, but the colors are very worrying. As a man, colors are camera. So they tell you the colors are very worrying. All the buttons are too big, right? So you come back, you strategize, think again. And the good thing is you'll be able to see your codes where they are. Okay. You'll be able to see. So here you can also have a preview of the entire application. Here you have your agent. So there you can have the concept. So you have everything at the tip of your finger. Here you can have a database. Okay. So you can create a database. Then here you can deploy it. So here it tells you how you want to deploy your website or your web application. So a web application doesn't have static pages. It doesn't have static pages. So you just see where yours lies. So when you choose auto scale, it will just see how your website is, and then it chooses one for you. So we are building an application that we can see the outcome of it. Let's have another example to see how this thing works. This thing is very fun to work. Let's say make then improve my front, then see what happens. Okay, a web-based market price tracker specifically designed for farmers in the Kenyan agricultural market to monitor current commodity prices and market trends. The core features are display. Let me just see. Current features are the core features are display current market prices for major Kenyan agricultural commodities such as maize, beans, potatoes, tomatoes. Price comparison across different Kenyan markets and regions. Simple price history tracking to show the trends over time. Search and filter functionality by crop type and location. Because we have a farmer who is dealing in beans only, maize, see? So they must have that ability to filter through the application. And also we can tell it to add an API. Okay? An API is simply a third application that connects your application to another application that offers that service. For example, on your mobile phone, you normally have the weather app, right? Your weather app doesn't know what the weather is. No, it doesn't. What it does, it uses another application called an API to go to the servers where the weather forecast is in maybe the US. And then it gets that data, transfers to your phone. So you don't need to create the sensors, you don't need to create all those things. You need just to have an API that connects your application to the correct servers. Okay? But what you need to have is the layout. You need to have the structure. You need to have it well defined. So what happens if we do this? Say snapshot. And let's reduce the size to a simple size. Let's see what it comes about with. So it takes time. Choose what you want, and then it makes a plan. And then from what it has given you, you try to do it for your own life. And then you have the database. After you do the database, you have it functionally connected. And then when you see that it is actually making sense to maybe your friends, the people whom you're targeting, then now you can trade. You can say now, let me have it full scale. Right? So it is a farm price tracker. So it is designing everything instead of you programming the codes. It designs everything for you. The name is Kenya Agri Markets. That's a very catchy name, right? Branding. We talked about branding the first day. Brand the product very well. Yes. That's a very good user interface. Very clear. Let me highlight. Let me just approve the plan, then you can start talking about it. This is a very good interface, right? Very good. It's telling you that you can do what? You can search for commodities, which location, or you can just specify all the commodities and then you filter. On the navigation bar, we have market, trends, alerts. So which page do you want to go to? Here it is showing you an overview of how the market is. The maize, 45 shillings per kg, 5.2% from yesterday. You see that? Beans, 85 shillings per kg. It has dropped by 2.1% from yesterday. Potatoes have retained. And then you see what it has added. The ones that have increased in percentage are green. The ones that have maintained are yellow. The ones that have dropped are red. You see, so if you have a prototype like this one, you just need to go make the Firebase work, then you have a prototype that you can take to the public. You can pitch to investors with something that is working. When you go down here, it tells you detailed market prices. It tells you the commodity is maize, the market is Nairobi, the price per kg is 45, and then 24-hour change, it has increased by 5.2%. Then actions will have notification. You want to be notified. That now brings the aspect of notifying the farmer. So you connect your application with an API that sends it to the farmer. It's just thinking. How well can you think of a problem? How well is that problem stated? How well is that problem defined? Is it relevant to them? Is it relevant? Yes, you say it is relevant. You can even come to IMC and then tell them, we want to create for you a food hostel management system. Then on your end, you just go there, type in hostel management system. It gives you very good interface with the relevant things to managing a hostel, whether be it a small scale or a large scale. So you have administrators, you have users who will log into the system, and you have accountants, the people who are now monitoring how the cash is flowing, because people are registered through online. So it takes you to be able to just think. We have AI. This is AI. What have I programmed anything? They just English that I've used, and then I've improved the prompt, and I've sat back. It has taken me less than 2 minutes to do that. Less than 2. Imagine what 1 hour can make you do. Imagine you being consistent in this every time. You're looking for the upgrades. You're looking for what is there in the market to do that. What can that one do? So instead of you sitting back saying life is hard and here's the opportunities, how about you embrace what you have? Embrace the AI. How many people knew there's another one called Vu? The Vu is another also application that helps you build programs without you actually programming. So all these resources have been made public, they are available, and they are quite affordable. Even if you were to upgrade to a premium package, it is very affordable. It is so affordable that it's very scarce. So that's why I told you we're just going to have 15 minutes of this. And then you try it out on your computer. When you go home, you look at the available options that I gave you previously. Go through them, go through glitch, see what glitch entails. Okay. Go and see how Canva gives out the user interfaces. And then from there you can be able to have it. Okay, so you went ahead and you can do some graphs. And then it also had quick actions. Set price alerts, export data, summarize, share the data. See? Market insights gives you this week's summary base prices are trending upward due to increased demand, while bean prices have slightly decreased. Tomato prices showing strong growth across all markets. Overall market performance is plus 3.2%. That's an insight. What you need to do, just take this one, send it to the farmer. You don't even need to edit it. Send it there. From the notification that you're getting, they'll say, okay, prices are increasing in terms of maize. Where? In Nairobi or in Kisumu, because the charts are there. Here are the charts. Maize in Nairobi is doing quite well. Okay. Nairobi also is good. Nairobi, Nakuru also. But we have beans. Beans in Mombasa is one which is very good. So I just want to encourage you to embrace the AI. Don't use AI to ask very weird questions. I know you have the imagination. Don't use AI for that. Just use AI for something. So have your problem clearly stated, have your problem well defined, and then you can build upon the various programs. We cannot tackle everything in that AI or the other AI, but I just wanted to show you how it works, what you can do with it, how you can manipulate it. Because at the end of the day, it's all about manipulation. See, it's not good to suggest even the name. Have you heard of the name someone? Kenya Agri-Markets. It's not there, but it's a very catchy name. You already said kenyaagrimarkets.com. Okay. So who has a question to there?
I have a question on the name. It means the name it gives you there, you can use it as your brand.
Yes, it gives you a name that is not registered. You can just specify. Name it a name that's not registered. So it will go through GoDaddy, because GoDaddy is a domain registration. So if you want to register a domain name, you can come to, let me show you. GoDaddy. So GoDaddy will host every name that is there. So when you click on it, it tells you now, can you have the domain you want. Let's do something. Let's say imca.com. Domain name taken. It is not available because it is already registered. Alternatively, but we have ymca.info.com. That name is available. But ymca.com is not there. We have YMCA shop, which is there. YMCA online is there. YMCA.io.it.com. Those are very weird names. Store, site, YMCA.edu.com. So before you register your business name, you need to search it in terms of even the domain, because yours will be a web application. So you search it there, then you see if it exists. Okay. So that's how you can go about registering your domain. So any other question that you have?
I have a question.
Yeah.
Can you incorporate pictures while you are designing your own personal island? Let's assume you have a business, then you have those pictures to check. Can you incorporate inside the app?
You have your problem statement in a Word document. Take it, put it here. Tell it now. That's a very good layout you have designed. Now, can you incorporate this, what I have, to that application? Then tell it, okay, now let us now have real data. Because the data it gave us was of application. Let us have real data. Then to tell you which API do you want to use. Okay, then you take a tell it. I don't know which one is best. Just ask, then choose one for you. And then you tell it, create accounts for the users. So before a user enters that site, he or she must have an account. So they can log in, authentication, functionality. So that's what you can keep on doing.
Okay.
This is not the holy grail. This is an example of what can happen. So on the end, you can go and see how it is, right? Yes.
So for the database, so how can we link it with the web? How can we link?
So since it is included here, this is the small icon here that somehow this one can. I'm sorry, I cannot enlarge this one. So this one here allows you to create a Firebase database. Firebase database are the easiest database to configure because they don't have so many queries. So it will do that for you. Just tell it, let us have a database. Then it tells you, sure, let's have a database. Programs the database. Links it up to that. And then you are satisfied with how it is. The next green one is deploying. You can deploy it. Just click on it, deploy it. It gives you a link whereby you can send to your friend. That's why I told you, form a WhatsApp group, whereby you can share your link, your friends can see what you're working on, and then they can tell you, make improvements on 1, 2, 3 of the application. This is how you build up project. You can choose this method to build a fully functional web app, but later on you will involve a DevOps who will be managing your application. A developer will be adding some more programs on your application. So remember, you are the person holding the vision for that application. So when you include people on board, you must have the output. Okay. Yes. Another question that we have. Yes, another question that we can address before we can call it a day. Which question do we have? You are all okay with that? Yes?
People are eager to start.
Oh,
that is the issue here.
That is the issue.
Yeah, there is that appetite I can see.
Let me tell you, the moment
That is why they are quiet.
No, the moment you bury your head in that computer, you won't lift it up. So you will do it at home.
That's the issue.
You won't do it at home. The moment you start now programming it and giving it prompts, your head will be there. Even if Mwalimu says it's time for lunch, 1 minute for dinner. 1 minute, 1 minute. You won't get anything done. Okay? So I was just introducing you. That's the reason why I told you try searching it for yourself, so that when you go search for it, you don't imagine what I did here, but imagine what you are doing to that machine. So I believe you search for it, you've seen it, how it is. Then I'll show you how to add the prompts, how to improve the prompts. So by the time you're going to use your tokens, you'll be able to know how to do it, right? That's why I'm saying this thing if you have a question. But yeah, you can advise us on how to work, because I did time in that step, so you can let us know. So yeah, Mwalimu says we have 10 more minutes, you can try it.
Hii hata time unaweza sahau kuangalia.
Yeah, so that's how interesting ICT is, and I believe what you've learned these 2 days, you're much ahead than people who have done it for 20 years. Things, right? So there are some things that you are going to use immediately. There are some that you use in the long term. There are some which you won't use. But at the end of the day, what you've done is a very key feature in terms of ICT, because many people don't know how to apply AI in their own activities. So how about you show them how to apply AI? How about you show them that you can have an AI that sorts everything out for you. You can have a script that, let's say Madam Pamela wakes up in the morning, she has to check her email, she has to see which documents she didn't finish last night or the previous day, she has to set up appointments. What if she can do that with just one prompt? Just as a computer, take my emails and the previous pending one, and then everything comes from there. Let's go. Emails, important one, this important one, everything. That will be a very handy feature, right? And it should make her very lazy, right? So don't do that anymore. We still need her skills around. That will make more. And the good thing is, it can just be within your computer. It doesn't restrict your computer. Just there. It just moves the files around. So it is very safe. It will not save you bias. So if Malingo is still a little bit of time, then you can practice, and then
Maagizo yako nataka kujaribu pia mimi.
Hi everyone. How was it? How was it?
Very interesting.
Yeah. What was the most aha moment during the training? Yeah. What was the most aha moment during the training? Okay, so we are going to do it this way. First of all, I want us to appreciate our trainer for the good work. Then after that, we are going to break for lunch. Then after lunch, you are allowed to maybe come back, practice if you want to practice, so that you don't forget what you trained on. Cindy. So I'm going to call Mr. Derek to do this one for us to appreciate our able facilitator. Eric. And then we don't waste time after that. Mboina nianza kunyesha nje so that we just go for our lunch.
Before you do the appreciation, as you do that, remind these IT guys, their mental health is very important. Even as you sit on the computer the whole day, have a social time to take care of your mental health. Please laugh, make stories, don't picture, because we realize these IT guys have the most problem with mental.
Just stand up and
Madam, I beg to differ. These days I did stories with the eye. ChatGPT, we just make stories. So I don't need.
ICT guys, we realize you're the people who have a lot of mental issues, because you scroll so much on their computers and you learn a lot of things, and these are the things that are giving you more information. We once had a story here where an IT guy committed suicide in the hostel, and he used an app in the computer to show him how he was able to commit suicide. Story. ICT guys,
So, madam, so it was the AI who gave
we don't know it was AI because when we there was an app on the computer. Before it was on, the computer was on, and the app was telling him, put the rope, it is it's like again, do this, and finally the guy did everything, because when the computer was being checked with the DCI when we were there, they were looking at it the way he was dying, because we were wondering, this guy alijifunga aje. It was a very weird way of committing suicide. So kumbe hii laptop aliwacha ikiwa on. So as the thing was running on, immediately he alifanya the last procedure piak na kae, but ilikuwa kwa laptop. So IT guys, as you do more inventory, kutafuta vitu nyingi, please have some little time to check on your health. Have some social life. Speak to people. Tumeelewana? Have time to go out and laugh with people. Have time to go out, at least share some things. Please don't let computer be your solving all your problems. Unajua watu wa IT wanasemanga tu nita Google. So all your problems are solved here. Some would require somebody to talk to you. Are we together? Please, and also eat well as you're even using your computers. You guys stay in the computers the whole day, you don't eat well, don't eat good diet. Please make sure you eat. Even if you don't take good breakfast, sit on your computer. Make sure as you're working on your computer and you're doing something, have a glass of a bottle of water. Take enough water with you. So that as you're working on it, you're also healthy. Because to realize how to IT, wengi wenu pia ndio mko dehydrated, hata maji pekee mtakangi kukunywa. You don't eat. Have some fruits with you, besides you as you're doing that. And make sure you speak to people. Have some little social life where you can offload something. And don't stay so much. Hata watu wa IT wanasemanga yeye ataomba kwa computer, ataona preacher hapa. Hata siwa waendani. That is the problem. It is evident from here. These IT people don't do a lot of things. Do you play games? They don't. They play on the computer.
How watu wa PhD?
You see, we don't want to call you watu wa PhD because we are mindful of your health. Just have some curriculum things you can do. Take some time, even in a day, as much as sit on your computer. Take a day at 30 minutes, at 20. Do something that can at least boost your health. Your mental health is important even as you sit on these computers. Make sure that we mind so much about our mental health. Speak it out, eat well as you sit on this computer, and share even something that are not inside there. We have a normal life despite being ICT students. So that we offload some of these things. Ukicheza mpira huko nje at least una reduce. Hata ndio hiyo inaitwa nini? AI itaingia vizuri when your mental health is okay. It's okay. So we say there's no health without mental health. So if you are not healthy, even your mental health to work on this computer will not be okay. Be blessed.
Thank you so much, Madam. Umetukumbusha about our health. So I need to tell our facilitator, thank you so much for the good job. There's something sikuwa najua leo nimejua. Na lazima nikae chini lazima. That one is a must. It's a must. There's two things yenye lazima nikuje hii na ile nyingine yetu hiyo takuona kando hapa, si ndio? So thank you so much facilitator for your time. It is not easy for you to be here today. Sometimes inakuwa saushaenda. But may God bless you wherever you're going. And continue that heart. And I request all of us to stand first.
And also, the AI, you can have it on your phone, so it's not a must to have a laptop.
Yeah?
Yes.
I love that one.
Wow.
Yes.
Simu sasa sahizi za TikTok.
No
TikTok.
No Facebook.
ICT guys, no TikTok. Usimame. No movies. So, tumesemanga we need to appreciate our facilitators, you know. Napiganga 3 factorial, you know, but we nataka hiyo 5. You know, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Are we ready?
Yes.
Are we ready?
Yes.
Let us warm our hands. Make sure they warm water because tunataka pia tukule lunch. Sio? Are we ready? Sema tukipiga 3 tunaanza, sio? 1, 2, 3. Thank you so much. May God bless you.
Asante sana for that. And before we disperse, I want to invite our able manager. And before she comes, I want to say on behalf of everyone who is here that we are so much grateful for this. You see, she decided to plan this for us. The office has spent on this, and we can't afford to leave before we say thank you to her. Yes. So we are so much grateful, Madam Pamela, for organizing this one to us. We really learned from our able facilitator, and we're going to put this one into practice. And I'm telling you, AI is going to kill people in this institution. Thank you, Madam. Karibu useme kitu.
Bwana Yesu asifiwe.
Amen.
Hata mimi naona itaniua. Yeah, it is good to learn everything. something funny huwa naona AI na nashindwa hizi vitu ni nini. But now I'm seeing the value in the AI. It's not what I used to, imagine. But anyway, how has it been? It's been good, eh?
Yes.
Sasa watu wataki kuacha laptop. Yes, you have time. Usianze kuwa wazima. Madam amesema mental health. I know it is now exciting. It is, you are being ambitious, but it is okay. Thank you so much, Mwalimu. Now, we are not done. For your information, I've just spoken to the teacher, and he's telling me this is just a tip of the iceberg.
Yes.
We are not done. Me, I thought at 2 days in Atosha, but he's telling me we are not done. Ndio tumeanza. So he's requesting, and he has requested me, that we organize another training, even if it is for a day, so that we finish up. Because remember, this training is very intense, and we need to certify you. But he's telling me that there's a bit that is very crucial, na haijaisha. As much as inakuexcite hapa Jason. Ijaisha. You can imagine ikiisha. So sasa hutakuwa unaongelesha mtu kwa nyumba. So are we ready to come for another day?
Yes.
A day that Mwalimu will organize with him very soon, so that whatever he has taught us is important, so that to connect. And we can even decide the day here. That's what I'm thinking. When do you think you can come to end it up, so that he gets his schedule to when it reconciles with his diary? What do you suggest? Next week, Thursday?
I was thinking next week, Friday.
Friday.
The other week would be beginning the exams.
Yeah, it has to be next week, because the other week again we have another training that is very crucial for another session. So it must be next week. So who is comfortable with Friday? Are you comfortable with Friday? On a weekend, Now he's saying his weekdays are occupied. So not amepata ile haraka. Sasa weekdays zake ziko occupied. Saturday. Is it okay?
Yes.
Na tutakuwa full house.
Very soon.
And remember, if you don't come for that full house, no certification. We can't certify you. Na wewe sawa sawa. So we are in agreement on Saturday next week?
Yes.
Sawa sawa. Otherwise, thank you so much for your time, for the concentration, and I've seen a lot of brilliant ideas here. And I'm very excited, because imagine kama tunge organize training one week. Easy ideas ziko. You can imagine, I've seen a lot of ideas. Hata mimi mwenyewe nimeanza kusema kama Mwalimu Victor. I want to build on somebody's idea. But the market is big. The market is big. Otherwise, thank you so much. Let's meet on Saturday. And Mwalimu, thank you so much for your time. Thank you.
Let's clap for our mother. So I'm going to do it this way. Don't follow everything. Well, I was preparing myself. So we are going to do it mara 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 1. Aya. Can you prepare yourself? 1, 2, 3. So, kindly, Madam Ruth Mango, can you pray for us so that we discuss and go for our lunch?
Let's stand up and pray. Father, in the name of Jesus, we come before you this morning to afternoon. We want to thank you. We want to say you give them faithful and good God. When we began this yesterday, we asked for your mercies for the journey to follow us. And I bless you because you've allowed us to see them the last day of this session, my Father. How I pray for open mindedness, as your word says, Jehovah Lord, that Jehovah Lord, that your people perish because of lack of knowledge. And today, Jehovah Lord, because you've given us knowledge, Jehovah Lord, how I pray that your spirit will take a lead in it, Jehovah Lord. May you give us favor and grace for those of us that have projects and are planning to start, my Father and my Lord. Father, how I pray that this will not go in vain, my Father, that your name shall be honored. I bless you for the institution and the management for planning for this, my Father. And I thank you for everything that we are doing for these young people, my Father. I pray that every door that these young people shall knock, Jehovah Lord, to seek assistance for anything they are doing, my Lord, you shall be a great leader to them, my Father. I thank you for our sister, Jehovah Lord. He has emptied himself for us, my Father. We may you continue filling in, Jehovah Lord, even for others, that your name shall be honored. Father, even as we go to take our lunch, I thank you for divine provision, my Lord and my King. As we partake of it, Jehovah Lord, I silence the flesh and I lift up the spirit to know, Jehovah Lord. So let the hands that have given for the lunch, Jehovah Lord, have more to give, Jehovah Lord, and the abundance and the overflow. I thank you because I know you are doing it in Jesus' name I pray and believe. Amen.
Lunch is ready. Tafadhali tukule lunch, turudi tu kwa hizo laptops, please.